Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, councillors and people in the gallery. I welcome you to this meeting of the 19th of August 2025, the Ordinary Council meeting of Oberon Council. This meeting will be live streamed via Team Webinar facilities. Recordings of council meetings or parts thereof cannot be copied, recorded, reproduced, reused or transmitted without the prior written consent of the General Manager. The meeting is being recorded and will be made publicly available on Council's website. Persons attending the meeting should refrain from making any defamatory statements. Council acknowledges that this meeting is being held on the traditional lands of the Wiradjuri, Gundungurra and Darug people and respects the history and culture of the elders, both past and present. Item 3 is the prayer. Do we have someone from the combined churches today to provide the prayer? Thank you very much. You can all stand, please.
Loving God, I pray, thank you for the gift of our council members, of their time and talents this evening. Inspire their thoughts, words and deliberations for the well-being and progress of our community. May their listening deepen their understanding of the issues at hand, and may their speaking bring insight and wisdom to their discussions. All done, we pray, for the benefit of our wonderful Oberon Council community. Amen. Amen.
Thank you very much. Most appropriate. Record of attendance.
Everyone can come through.
All councillors are present. Thank you. There are no leaves of absence or attendance by audio visual. 5 is declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest by councillors? Yes, Councillor McCarthy.
I think it's in one.
Pecuniary or non-pecuniary, significant or non-significant?
I know where it sits because it's the first time I've ever seen it.
All right, we'll treat that as an interest and note that you'll probably not abstain from voting on that. Is that correct? Yep. Yeah, there's no financial interest. We know that. It's only a longevity interest, isn't it, Council? We go to 6 presentations. There are no presentations. 7 is questions from the public. The public gallery is open to members of the community. The community is given the opportunity to ask questions at the commencement of the council meeting, and I, as the mayor, are to ask questions from the gallery prior to commencement of the ordinary meeting. Members of the public wishing to address council are permitted to do so, providing the following guidelines are adhered to. 1, the person asking the question at the council meeting must clearly state their name and what capacity they are acting. 2, if the person asking the question is acting as another person, organisation, agent, they must advise council they have their prior consent and authority. Question from the public is not an opportunity for debate with the elected council representatives or staff. It is an opportunity for the community to ask a question in relation to an issue or put a point of view relating to an issue that may be causing interest or concern. Due to time constraints, a time frame of 3 minutes per speaker is allocated. All questions and comments must be directed through me as the mayor, and in the instance of the question, if it cannot be answered, it will be taken on notice and a response given within a reasonable period or be provided to the next available council meeting. This is the only opportunity for a community member to address council during an ordinary meeting. Now, I do note that there are a lot of people in the gallery tonight. We will be sticking to 3 minutes question, and normally the maximum time frame for all questions is half an hour. If someone asks questions or makes a comment, and it's exactly what you were going to say, could you refrain from making it and leave it till someone who's got something new to say, please? Otherwise, we will probably have a very, very long meeting. Okay, I ask for questions from the public. Yes, certainly, please.
Thank you. My name is Heidi Howden. I'm acting in my own capacity as a resident of the Oberon LGA. Mr Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to address you and the Oberon Council. I would like to comment on item 13.4 in the meeting documents entitled Request for Landowners Consent File Number PD Development of Building Control State Significant Project Paling Yards Wind Farm. I wish to express concern regarding the legal opinion attached to report 13.4, which relates to the wind developer GPG's request for, as stated, Council's landowners' consent for works proposed to be undertaken within the Oberon LGA in relation to the current state significant development lodged with the New South Wales State Government for 47 wind turbines proposed for the Paling Yards locality. I am concerned that the legal opinion attached to the above may be relied on to justify consent to the wind developer's request. Specifically, my concern revolves around the use of the words in the advice document, and in quotes, arbitrarily to withhold its consent. Your solicitor has made reference to two precedent cases in which the Supreme Court of Appeal found that the road owner, in both cases the local council, was not able to, quote, arbitrarily withhold its consent, end quote, for changes to be made or impacts to occur on a road. However, it is my view that these two precedents are not applicable in the case at issue here, which is the wind developer GPG requesting consent from Oberon Council for major road works to the O'Connell and Abercrombie roads. Indeed, I contend that given the significant detrimental impacts on both the sections of road in question and on the Oberon Plateau as a whole, that the giving of consent to the wind developer's request would entail, in my opinion, that the withholding of consent in the case of item 13.4 would be far from arbitrary, but instead would be with good cause and in the best interests of the Oberon community and ecology. Or should I say good causes? Because I believe it is clear that the giving of consent in this case would, if the wind development is approved at state level, incur multiple harms: environmental, social, traffic and amenity, harms to both mental and physical health of residents, harms to our local economy, and perhaps the list goes on. Therefore, I propose that Council carefully and critically review the legal opinion they have obtained in relation to 13.4 and perhaps consider the option of obtaining further legal advice prior to making a final decision on this item. May I conclude by saying this? The Oberon Plateau is an area of outstanding natural beauty and rich biodiversity of local, national and international significance. The World Heritage listed Blue Mountains National Park tickles the edges of the plateau right near the wind developer GPG's proposed development site, as do the Canangra, Boyd and Abercrombie National Parks. Mr Mayor and Councillors, I put it to you, what legacy would you like to leave for future generations? Would you be proud to say, this happened on my watch? Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Michelle's coming.
So, there you go.
Good evening, Michelle Swan. I'm the Secretary of the Black Springs Community Association. Sorry. Okay, I've probably picked the wrong night to be doing this, but I'm speaking on behalf of the Black Springs community. A couple of things. I'd like to first clarify comments that have been made regarding the council expecting community members to help out. That's not, I have no issues with that. Everything that I do, I'm 9 times out of 10 a hopper. So please understand that I really appreciate all the support from all you councillors, and I enjoy working with you. Now, brings me to the recreation ground at Black Springs. I'm asking the council to expedite the process of obtaining necessary development approvals and applications and quotes for the works needed to move forward with the master plan project. A lot of time and effort has been put into the master plan by both council and the association. The community now need the council support to become grant ready when funding opportunities arise. There have been some great funding opportunities that we've missed out on due to being unprepared. Hopefully, the council will already have costings for some of the items, such as seating, barbecues, amenity blocks, footpaths, and so on. So hopefully that wouldn't be too hard. However, we do need quotes and costings for earthworks to be done for the basketball courts, car parks, campsites, drainage and so on. There'd also need to be quotes obtained for renovations needed to convert the clubhouse into a cafe driver reviver building. And once the cafe is operational, that could also create the potential for extra revenue for council by leasing that building out to a proprietor. We understand that the council have plenty of other obligations, which is why I personally have put in the time and effort into chasing grant funding wherever possible. As you may know, we've recently been approved for 13,500 towards the installation of security screens at the hall. We've also received grants to upgrade the old cemetery, catering equipment, along with games and sporting equipment for use at the hall, which also offers new opportunities for hire, offering potential for revenue as well for the council. So I'm asking for your support to get this project grant ready as soon as possible by obtaining the quotes necessary.
Thank you very much, Michelle.
Thank you. That's all I'm here for. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh, can I stand here or do I need to stand over there? Do you prefer me to stand over there?
Probably said, if you could, yeah. Thanks.
Hello, I don't have anything presented on paper, but we've been told,
Sorry, name, your name.
oh, sorry, my name's Renee Hatton. I live in O'Connell. We've been told countless times that our road is going to be repaired and we just keep getting lied to. My husband's contacted Oberon Council a number of times, probably 3, maybe. I've contacted them twice by phone, once by email. I've contacted our councillor, Lauren here, and we just keep getting sidetracked as to when it's going to happen. The road is severely corrugated. I know that they upgraded the first kilometre of the road, but then the rest hasn't been done.
So for everyone, which road are you talking?
Bosworth Falls Road.
Falls Road, yeah.
Yeah, so it's just severe corrugation. I've only got a little car and it's just killing it. Anyway, that's probably all I want to say. I just wanted to know, we keep getting sidetracked as to when it's happening. I feel like there's no solution moving forward to when the road is going to get fixed. We were told last year, a year ago, that the road was going to be tarred in July. That hasn't happened and we haven't had any upgrades since. So.
Okay, we'll get back to you on that question.
Thanks.
Thank you, Renee. Anyone else? Thank you. Okay. Good.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Fry, concerned citizen. The term environmentalist, I believe, is misused. Everyone in a sense is an environmentalist, but at a different level. My environment, I care about my family and I care about the future of young people. That's my attitude of environmental. I attended recent meetings at Bathurst Regional Council and support the ratepayers from Sunny Corner opposing the wind farm project in that area. Oberon appears to be the first council involved in this electorate. However, other sites like Mount Lambie, Portland, Sunny Corner, Ben Bullen are now coming on board. And it is now an issue not just of Oberon, but Bathurst and Lithgow councils as well. In Bathurst, if you put a turbine was placed in the showground at Bathurst, the very top of the blade would be as high as Mount Panorama. Incredible, isn't it? As high as the Eiffel Tower, believe it or not. That's how high they are. I'm going to describe what's going on as a gold rush, an area which is attracting large foreign companies to invest here. There must be huge profits in these projects to attract these investments. The request brought tonight, I believe, is reconstruct the Oberon Mount Road to accommodate transporting the blades to Oberon. I would only guess, but I'd have to say it'd have to be in the vicinity of $3 million or more to achieve this. These companies are also prepared to cover the cost of transporting blades through Bathurst. You may be aware of that. But the discussion, however, so far hasn't mentioned the 7 traffic lights between Durham and Stewart Street that cover the areas up to that junction, but no mention whatsoever. I don't know how they're going to tackle 7 traffic lights. Got no idea. Basically, I smell a rat. Councillors, please vote to reject this request. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Sue?
General Manager, councillors. I'd like to acknowledge Sunny Corner residents and Mount Lambie. We also have 23 people here that are concerned with all these proposals in all our area. Just lovely first one in front of me. Just in the proposal in front of council, I noticed on the map and they're saying their trucks are only 71.93 long. That's fine for hauling yards, but we know if the pines go ahead, they're 90-metre blades. So should we be considering the road needs to get upgraded to take in for that as well? And then the truck movements in their proposal, I think it was 43 truck movements one way and back each day. And there's no mention of the road getting closed. I think this town is very concerned of the interruption to any business that these truck movements or any movements will cause, especially to our logging trucks that leave at 2 o'clock or early in the morning and go until late at night. Currently trucks are going to Tumut, leaving at 2 o'clock in the morning. So, and then you have other ones. What happens if this good old Sydney Road gets cut again like we've had, and all of the transport has to go back through Bathurst and things like that? Imagine all the workers and businesses here would be so affected. The main question really is, can council get together with all the other councils that are getting affected by all of these proposals? This is from Newcastle all the way through, because I would imagine Geelong residents wouldn't know the roads going through them to Wellington. And maybe get a unified going forward to the state government to say this area is not really suitable for any of these proposals, because we are a closely populated rural community. As you all know, I'm a grazier. It is my in-laws and have been for a very long time. So, yeah, and does these plans fit into our strategic plan that you also got on? A lot of the strategic plan, quickly looking through it, is agriculture, forestry and tourism. I think these proposals will affect all of that. So thank you.
Any other question?
Harry Allison from Shooters Hill. I've been fortuitous that my wife and I had the dream of escaping, or not escaping, but retiring in time to the top of the Great Dividing Range and its beauty that it is. And I've since had correspondence with all people involved in all these wind farms, and whether their figures are right, but they talk about 1 million truck movements. I mean, not only is wind turbines going to desecrate our landscape, that's got to desecrate our town and our roads, even if they are upgraded. And if his numbers are right or wrong, you know, that's huge numbers. And I'm petrified. And I just wonder, my question is, it's pretty obvious the whole community is against this. And at what point does anybody listen to the community?
Correct.
Other questions? So I'm going to deal with confirmation of minutes next, 8182. Then I'm intending to bring 13.4 forward if I have a seconder from councillors. Thank you. Thank you, councillor. So we'll deal with confirmation of minutes first. 8.1, ordinary meeting the 15th of July. Recommendation is the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on 15th of July 2025 be confirmed. I'm a mover, please, on the motion. Thank you. Councillor O'Connor, seconder. Councillor Hayden. Thank you. Councillor.
No further comment.
Hayden.
Maybe we said that.
Yes, Councillor Everett.
Just on page 12, leave of absence. I think Councillor McCarthy was away. I think, yes, just a correction.
Yes, thank you. That's correct. Anyone else on the minutes? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Passed unanimously. Point 2 is the extraordinary meeting of the 23rd of July 2025. The recommendation is the minutes of the extraordinary meeting held on 23rd of July 2025 be confirmed. Do I have a motion, please? Councillor Hayden, seconder. Councillor Tucker, thank you. Councillor Hayden. Councillor Tucker. Any other comments? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. The minutes of the extraordinary meeting held on 23rd July 2025 be confirmed. All in favour? Passed unanimously. As I said, we now move to item 13.4. I move the motion. I stand.
Have an amendment. Have an amendment.
Alternate.
Alternate. Further motion.
You have an alternate.
Yes.
motion.
Sorry.
13.4. Okay, first of all, I've moved that we move 13.4 up. I think you seconded it. All in favour that we move 13.4 up unanimously. Thank you. Before we get to that, right, now you have an alternate motion, 13.4. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sharon, you've got a copy of that.
All right, I do have the alternate motion, so do you want me to read it?
Not necessarily, if it is kind of, if you want to get it.
The alternate motion, do you have a seconder first? Second. Yep, come on. The alternate motion is council refused GPG request for owner's consent for proposed roadworks in the Oberon LGA, SLR project number 640.B30153.00113 of a DPHI reference number :SSD -290 64077 stop. The refusal to grant consent is based on the following. Just for form, I may change the bullet points to A's, B's or C's in case they have to be referenced individually. Refusal to grant consent is based on the following. A, from information supplied by GPG, there is significant financial risk to our community. B, GPG after some 19 months have yet to finalise and table their response to community submissions. C, from information supplied by GPG, there are significant environmental risks imposed on our community. D, from information supplied by GPG, there is risk that the O'Connell Hansack Memorial trees will be significantly damaged. Councillor Hayden, can you please desist from talking while we're reading a motion? E, critical freight and commuter corridor impacts are unassessed. F, no pre-works network-wide dilapidation survey is planned. G, with exception, the responses provided by GPG following 3 July meeting did not cover the questions raised by councillors. H, no response has been received from GPG regarding the original traffic plan and 2 other corners of the Oberon Mount, which required significant roadworks. I, Oberon Council, can say no/refuse this request for owner's consent based on, but not limited to, the above issues, including the conduct of GPG during the past 19 months.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Am I good to?
Yes,
speak to
please.
this? Thank you. First, might I say that some say that this 13.4 request for owner's consent is simply about a road, some roadworks. It is not simply about roadworks. We have to make that point clear. The second point is, some may say that the request for owner's consent in our business papers is sufficient to protect our community. I say that is a falsehood. By providing principal landowners consent, we are giving away our rights.
we will have no say down the track with these points that we are going to raise in this, because state significant legislation will take hold. So this proposal that's in our business papers will not protect our community. We've come a long way as council. I don't know if the community realises that. 12 months ago, there was some in our community thought wind farms are a pot of gold. Our council probably thought this is a great opportunity to help our balance sheet. It is a pot of gold. Now, after 12 months, we've worked very hard. The mayor has contacted Armidale, a number of other councils. Other councils have contacted Crookwell, Blaney, and Mudgee. And from those discussions and from a round table that was held recently, as councillors, we are now aware that there is no pot of gold here, nor for the community or our council. There is only costs. As an example, Blaney had a project the same size as GPG, and now they are left with a bill of $5 to $10 million to fix the roads. We haven't got those resources. So as a council, we have come a long way. We have reached out. But contrary to some comments that our community is divided, our community is not divided. There is a landowner petition of 150,000 acres which circle the state forests saying no. There are 450 objections from our community to GPG project that are still unanswered that said no. Mudgee Council submitted an objection to GPG from Mudgee to say, and it was a magnificent submission to say no. Our council at the time only put in a comment. We've moved from there, but we're now better. We now have another opportunity with GPG request for landowners' consent to represent and stand with our community in the face of known significant financial and environmental community risks. So therefore, we have proposed this amendment. Now, I will speak to the amendment. Council refused the GPG request for owner's consent for proposed roadworks. The refusal of consent is based on the following. From information supplied by GPG, there is significant financial risk to our community. A bond for road damage, we requested from GPG a bond for road damage during the road construction project, the wind tower transport and construction phase, but this will not be provided by GPG. Notwithstanding the Department of Planning's three separate requests to GPG to respond to our community, 450 submission, GPG, after 19 months, have not finalised them. This begs the question, who is in control of this wind farm development? From information supplied by GPG, there is significant environmental risks imposed on our community, including but not limited to flora, fauna, sensitive and known habitats for purple, copper butterfly, koalas, echidnas, bluefish, blue kingfishers and others. Now, we just have to bear in mind 15 years ago, under the leadership of Mayor John McMahon, there was a proposal to do this exact roadworks 15 years ago. It was abandoned because it was found there was a koala colony. I can guarantee if this goes ahead, if we say yes tonight, that will just be bulldozed. GPG proposed to transport wind towers through O'Connell Anzac Avenue. At the July meeting with GPG, a schematic diagram was presented to show the extent of tree removal. GPG recently have sent us more correspondence saying they are not proposing to cut the trees and there'll be little interaction. We have no confidence in GPG and we'd like independent advice to support their proposition. Oberon Council requested a meeting with GPG, which was held on the 3rd of July. Questions were asked during our meeting by Council and the public, which GPG have now responded. Without exception, the responses provided by GPG did not cover specific questions raised by councillors. They obfuscated the key issues. Oberon Council can say no. They can refuse this request for owner's consent based on, but not limited to, the above mentioned financial and environmental risks noted in the above, including the conduct of GPG. And just a couple of more points along this line. Our council tonight can say no. Contrary to the legal advice provided to council, the judicial authority quoted, it is my understanding Oberon Council is not looking to frustrate the right of an adjoining landowner. We are not, the legal opinion was based on these matters. We are not looking to frustrate. Council is also, in inverted commas, not looking to use its power for an improper purpose. Council is simply saying, based on the facts, we are refusing consent due to significant financial and environmental risks and outcomes which may result to our community. Thank you.
I seconded Councillor O'Connor's alternate motion, and I've given this very careful consideration and have very serious concerns for our community as we've been treated with total disrespect by this foreign company, GPG. The only reason we had them in council chamber recently was because I requested to get them in to answer questions and get more information about the request for owner's consent. This is not a modest request, as can be seen from the information that was provided when we pursued the request. GPGA have a history of not abiding by development application conditions of consent, and I refer to their solar farm in Gingin, Queensland, where they were completely disregarded the conditions of consent and left the neighbour and the Bundaberg Regional Council trying to get them to comply. They trespassed on the neighbour's land, burnt down their fences and old cattle yards, and erected a 9-foot cyclone fence and completely disregarded the requirement of a 4-metre high vegetation barrier as part of the DA. The story featured on Current Affair in April 25, and you can YouTube it if you want to have a look at it, and requested GPGA to answer questions were ignored. The company has history both here and with their parent company, Naturgy in Spain, and you can Google that as well. They have issues with them, with the regulators. So bad behaviour comes from the top. It's not just these particular people here. This is what we'll be dealing with if we provide our consent. Any reconsideration will fall on deaf ears, and based on the recent New South Wales government changes and new powers provided to the Honourable Penny Sharp, we need to be working as hard as possible for our community to ensure what we agree to is right for our community, and our community are treated with respect. Premier Minns has already said the regions will be sacrificed, but there are guidelines that must be met, and just as we must follow the rules, so should they. So just 2 items to note in the information that we got. The traffic assessment, their plan includes Jersey bar removal, and they are the concrete barriers up the mount. And these barricades are in place to protect us when traversing the mount, and they will not remove and reinstall them every day. They'll be out completely for the life of the project. I won't go into the design and safety these barriers provide, but the mountain gradient in wet weather and ice conditions without these would not allow for safe travel and would see accidents. The Jersey barrier is one of the most effective methods of stopping errant vehicles, and are put in place as one of the most effective methods of protecting workers when they work on our roads. And when we go to the trees, it says mitigating options should the avenue of trees be affected by the transportation of blades is not an option. GPGA has never been to O'Connell for any community consultation, and I asked them and they said, no, they don't need to go there. They just think these are trees in an avenue. These trees represent they represent the men and women who went to war to fight for this country, and it is a heritage listed living war memorial. I get very upset about this. The trees may not be tall, strong and straight, but as with people, they come in all shapes and sizes. Sorry. And the cathedral canopy it forms over the avenue takes very careful pruning. And if a truck hits a branch and destroys the branches, that cathedral set will be lost forever. 100 years it has taken to grow this avenue. And do you think they will stop the progress through the trees if they start to damage them? They'll no doubt give us a donation to get some more trees, not understanding that these trees were grown from seeds brought back from the Middle East by the Royal Botanical Gardens and grown at the Bathurst Experimental Farm. The desert ash was chosen for their hardiness and links to World War One. The disrespect of our community is clearly on show here. There is a saying, the standard we walk past is the standard we accept, and I believe we should not approve this request until GPGA steps up and abides by the planning guidelines for all aspects of this project, most importantly, social licence and responding to the EIS submissions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I support councillor O'Connor's intent with his alternate that is up there on the board. We were trying to get our monitor fixed so that we could scrutinise the alternative amendment, but we can't see it. Our screen's not working, so we're only going by what's up on the screen. It's a bit hard to see. I appreciate the intent and I concur with everything that councillor O'Connor has said and councillor Trember. But I would like to put forward an amendment to this motion, to this current alternative. It's still keeping within the same grounds, except when I need to get some legislative clauses in there and some protection mechanisms. Thank you, Matt. Magic fingers.
Do you have a second, councillor Hand?
I'm just waiting on the motion to come up.
As I've read councillor O'Connor, would you like to read this one, councillor Hand?
I can read about it for all.
Sure.
I just wanted to explain why put the amendment forward first, if that's okay.
Well, I think you should say what the amendment is.
Yes. Okay, so the amendment is basically in the same concept as what councillor O'Connor's thoughts are, except it's a little bit broader and it clarifies the Transport for New South Wales role. It clarifies our rights to refusal. It adds a point 3 in here, which is a minimum thought process or however you like. If you want me to read the whole thing, I'm happy to read it out, or you can, Mr. Mayor.
The Oberon Council resolves as follows. 1, refuses owner's consent to GPG and its agents for any roadworks, vegetation removal, access or infrastructure modifications on roads under Oberon Council's care and control for SSD 2906407 under the Roads Act 1993, New South Wales, section 138(1), and for classified state roads, section 138(2). Any consent, if ever considered, may only be granted on such conditions as council thinks fit under section 139(1)(d), noting owner's consent requirements in the Environmental Planning and Assessment Regulation 2021, clause 23(1)(b), and that the classified road context engages Transport for New South Wales functions for classified roads, Roads Act 1993, section 64. 2, records the reasons A, safety design unresolved, strategic, not final designs, lane closures, shuttle flow, and major embankment cutting at the mountain range S-curve are not demonstrated safe for school buses, emergency access or general traffic. B, freight and commuters unprotected. O'Connell Road is Oberon's main freight commuter corridor, logging, quarry, agricultural, freight, school buses. No freight and logistics impact assessment, detail continuity plan or demonstrated compliance with the heavy vehicle national law, national heavy vehicle regulation requirements. C, financial asset risk. No road restoration deed, no network-wide dilapidation baseline, and no callable bank guarantee to protect a small rural council from pavement structural damage and emergency rectification. D, environmental and heritage. No heritage impact statement, Heritage Act 1977, and no biodiversity plan, Biodiversity Conservation Act 2016, for roadside vegetation and habitat, including the O'Connell Anzac Memorial Avenue of trees. E, construction amenity controls not shown, no evidence. The traffic management plan and methods meet Work Health and Safety Act 2011, New South Wales, and the Austroads Guide to Temporary Traffic Management, including Transport for New South Wales supplements of the Protection of the Environment Operations Act 1997, noise, dust, vibration. F, process integrity. Owner's consent is not required for the proponent to lodge a response to submissions. Council will not be pressured into premature sign-offs. 3, set a minimum threshold for any future request to be considered. This is not support. Council will not reconsider unless at a minimum the following are provided, exhibited or executed to council's satisfaction. All items in this clause are at the proponent's cost. GPG must pay all costs, fees and expenses incurred by council's consultants and independent viewers and all costs preparing, exhibiting, implementing and complying with the required documents, plans, deeds, surveys, monitoring and communications, including legal and engineering costs. Roman 1, public exhibition of a revised environmental impact statement amendment report, EPA Act Division 4.7. Roman 2, transport for New South Wales compliance strategic designs, proving a buildable standards compliant solution within the road reserve, plus a draft transport for New South Wales works authorisation deed made under section 64 functions, the section 138 approvals pathway. Roman 3, independent bracket council or selected proponent funded bracket peer reviews in traffic, pavement, geotechnical structures and road safety, and an independent freight and logistics impact assessment and addressing logging, quarry and agricultural freight. Roman 4, network-wide pre/mid-post dilapidation survey, bracket roads, culverts, bridges, streetscape, bracket to council specification. Council owns the data. Roman 5, road restoration deed, bracket council party, bracket with full cost recovery better than pre-works reinstatement certified by council independent engineer. Roman 6, callable bank guarantee, 20 million replenishment on council certificate. Roman 7, traffic management plans compliant with WA's Austroads with freight windows and blackout periods. Detour/continuity planning that keeps heavy vehicles moving and instant response. Roman 8, heritage impact statement plus arborist plan and biodiversity conservation act plan with stop work triggers. Roman 9, heavy vehicle compliance, HVNL/NHVR, real-time GPS logs to council and breach triggers. Bracket immediate suspension and bond drawdown, bracket. Roman 10, council costs indemnity, a comprehensive indemnity council for liabilities, losses and expenses arising from the proposal, including third-party claims and emergency works. Go to standard 4, directs the general manager to notify GPG, New South Wales Department of Planning, Transport for New South Wales, National Heavy Vehicle Regulator, New South Wales Police and relevant operators publish this decision for transparency. 5, clarified. The resolution does not constitute support or approval, conditional or otherwise, does Petter Council's future statutory discretion.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, thank you for reading that out. Okay. So,
Yes, we have a second to hear.
So the reason why I've covered all those bases is we're dealing with a company that may wish to offer a challenge. I'm sure that they're going to come back and they're going to say, we don't accept you saying no. So I've given some minimum requirements that they must do should we even bother wanting to have that conversation with them. It is a straight out refusal. And I just wanted to clarify, I read the Crennan legal report and I appreciate the information that we got from the Crennan legal report, but that was based on a DA coming to council, and we're not looking at a DA, so we can actually refuse permission for them to carry out any works on the roads. The traffic impacts on this, on the GPG's transport material, it's very conflicting. At 1 minute they state construction will generate 40,600 trips over 475 days, which is 22 months. But that's roughly 85 to 86 trips a day. Yet in the recent material that they sent to us, they said 43 a day in total. So it doesn't cut it with me. I'm not happy with that. And this really matters to us as a council and a community, because the O'Connell Road is basically the spine of Oberon. And we've got all of our logging, our forestry, the haulage, the borg trucks, agricultural freight, the school buses and commuters all day, every day on that road. And the proposed lane changes that they had written into their older report that was from 2017, it was a bit ridiculous. I think they've come in here thinking that we are a small community and we have barely any traffic on that road, because we have significant traffic, especially just around the logging trucks is a significant amount of traffic. They haven't done a network-wide dilapidation report, so that's one of the specifics I put in there. And I just can't support giving consent, not even in principle consent, because I noticed when they were here at a meeting, they had stated that someone had given in principle consent, which they thought means consent. No one's given any in principle consent. Neighbouring council has asked for further information and they haven't given any in principle. So that's my conversations. So I won't be supporting any consent to GPG. Given the safety risks, the contradictory traffic figures, missing protections in place, our small community, the change to our landscape and our roads, it's just too significant. So that's why I've put this up, and that's why I've got all the legislative requirements in it. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Evans.
Well, firstly, I must say I was surprised actually at GPG's request for owner's consent in their correspondence. I mean, when they're not as yet properly addressed the concerns previously raised by council. I was also disappointed by the dismissive and at times arrogant tone evident in their response to some of the questions that the council submitted. In particular, I find it unacceptable that some of their replies implied that further information would only be provided once council grants owners consent. I'm equally troubled by an email we received, which was received by this council from a property owner in Queensland who borders a GPG renewable energy project. The manner in which she was treated, as described in her correspondence, was in my view disgraceful and raises serious questions about GPG's approach to community engagement. For these reasons, I cannot support the previous recommendation before the council, but instead I'm happy to support this alternative motion. I do not believe council should grant consent of any form in this stage. Furthermore, the wording and terminology surround the general manager's recommendation were, in my view, problematic and open to misinterpretation. Finally, it must be stated again that the wider community is not in favour of this project. It has clearly demonstrated by the significant volume of objections council has already received and the number of people who are in attendance here today. One last thing is there is a rumour going around, and sometimes where there's smoke, there can be fire, that if road access is blocked, there may be consideration given to upgrading the rail line. So again, it's only a rumour, but might be something to sort of consider. Thank you.
Wish to speak on the amendment, councillor McCarthy.
No, you go first.
No,
Councillor McCarthy.
I'm acknowledging that he had his hand up. I didn't think you said it. I'm listening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the gallery, I'd just like to acknowledge Councillor Hayden's work in this area. Some 2 months ago, GPG, the original request came to council. Councillor Hayden and Councillor Leveris both put forward a motion to say no. The rest of us on council thought we'll have a meeting first before we say no. looking back, councillor Hayden and councillor Everest were on the money. But she's done an enormous amount of work and put so much time into this. Having said that, notices of motion should be kept as simple as possible and direct. We're basically saying in my motion, no, and here are the reasons, and there's sound reason based on fact. Has to be kept simple for the reason that councillor Hayden said, that if there's any challenge, being simple makes it more defendable. So I can't support your motion, councillor Hayden, but I do recognise all the work you've done, and you've really provided the impetus for why we're here tonight.
Councillor Taggart?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to speak on the amendment directly. I just want to mention to you that after we have voted on the amendment, whether that's supported or whether it goes back to Councillor O'Connor's motion, just be aware that I have a further amendment that I'd like to put forward before we vote on the motion itself.
Okay, so you're foreshadowing an amendment.
I'm telling you in advance, it's not, well, it may turn out to be a foreshadowed motion, but we'll see. But just be aware, don't just jump straight into voting on the motion.
Any further discussion? I'd like to just ask the general manager a couple of questions. Council to obtain legal advice from Credit Legal in relation to this matter. And I know that all councillors have read that advice. On the basis, I suppose we're considering councillor Hayden's motion at the moment as an amendment. If our decision tonight was challenged, we would be taken to the Land Environment Court, I assume.
So through the chair, based on the legal advice, if you chose to refuse, it could be challenged.
Right. Would be,
So that's a could.
Yeah.
It's only a could. They may say to GPG, go away, we've had enough of you.
yeah.
Through the chair, that's always the option.
And obviously council would have to bear its costs in the Land Environment Court or wherever it goes to.
Through the chair, if you were defended, yes.
Okay. Both the alternate motion and the amendment have set out some reasons why council would refuse it. So on the basis of the advice we've obtained, it could be argued that we're not making an arbitrary decision. It would not be an arbitrary decision by this council.
That would, yeah, that's
It's also,
a comment.
that's also the advice I've got.
However, it could be expensive if we ended up in court. It'd be 250,000 or something.
Yeah, well, through the chair, I can't answer that question.
Only from experience in land environment matters. Yes, okay. I think they're the areas that okay. Any further discussion before I ask Councillor Hayden for her reply? Councillor Carthy.
We have TGP saying they're going to take the barrier away. That barrier that
concrete barriers there was put there for safety after many head-on crashes in the Aussie weather. Just that alone, with the community safety, isn't that enough to go off and defend this? And I see that every development that we have could be needed to be defended in the land environment law. So it's nothing new, but I mean, to take even that barrier away, it's put there for a specific reason. And Mrs. Smith, I think she still bears the front of the one up the top, where she was smashed into. Anyway, that's my thoughts.
Okay. So, Hayden?
Just where I'd reply, firstly, lawful discretion and concurrence. Section 138 requires consent for works on the public road. For classified roads, council cannot consent without Traffic New South Wales concurrences. We haven't been supplied with a WAD or anything from Transport for that. The information and legal advice given to councillors was based on a DA. Today, we are making a decision on requesting consent. No one's requested a DA to do works. So the legal advice around that is not addressing the consent to do works. It's not an application for a DA that we're looking at tonight, where we're saying, no, we're not giving consent. Now, the risks, costs and the responsibility, the proponents' numbers of conflicts with their published material is significant. So just on that, for our safety, our freight on the legal advice is a DA, not a request for consent, as stated in the top part of this decision. This document states request owner's consent. Doesn't say we're requesting a DA application. So on the owner's consent, we're saying no. So that's all I have to say. But for portion 3 in my amendment is a protection mechanism, is at the very least what we would expect should they say, no, we're pushing you to give us road owners consent. Part 3 in that amendment is the very minimum we should be discussing if that came about. Thank you.
Thank you. So councillors, I'm putting the amendment which is proposed by councillor Hayden and seconded by councillor Olivers, which is on the screen. I won't read it out again. All in favour? So we have 3 councillors, Hayden, Olivers and McCarthy for it, and all other councillors against it. So we go back to the alternate motion, which was moved by councillor O'Connor and seconded by councillor Trembar. Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I said, I'd like to move a further amendment, and I've given it to Sharon earlier, if that could go on the screen. It is based heavily on the recommendation in the business papers, but with some important changes that I'll go into in a moment. And then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Mayor, as to whether this is an amendment or whether it needs to be treated as a foreshadow. I think it qualifies an amendment.
An amendment. Yes, it's an amendment.
Yeah, all right, thank you. So I just want to mention before you ask for a second to point out the important differences from what was in the business papers. First important difference is the original recommendation said provide in principle landowners consent. I'm adding the words for further investigations. So to make it clear that it would not be landowners consent for any physical works. It would not be any landowners consent to start carting anything. It would just be for further investigations, which I think may have been the intent anyway, but I'm just trying to stress that more strongly. And the other important change it makes is to add a third part to the motion, It's currently in two parts. Add a part 3 that we get some further legal advice, because I share some of the concerns that have been mentioned tonight, both from the gallery and from other councillors, about the value of that current Crennan legal advice that we have, and whether that is really applicable to this situation. So if there is a seconder, I'll go into a bit more detail.
Do you have a seconder?
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So do we have that on screen? Did you? Oh, okay, sorry. Thank you. Sorry, I was getting a bit mixed up. I thought we were still looking at calculators. So just to go through the differences from what was in the business papers, as I said, it's consent only to conduct further.
As I read other one out, and we haven't read what was in the business papers originally out, I probably should read this.
Okay, well, that's probably a better way to do it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That council, and again, as with Councillor O'Connor, the bullet points I'll make A to E, so just for clarity, ease of reference. The council, 1, provide in principle landowners' consent to conduct further investigations, indicating that this support does not imply council support for the application, and any investigation must take into the account the following: A, fauna and flora investigation due to sensitive and known habitat for purple, copper, butterfly, koalas, echidnas and blue kingfishers, and any further disturbance or modification of this landscape poses an acceptable environmental risk. B, amenity impact assessment, further changes to the roadscape or landscape features of the Oberon Plateau, particularly in locations of environmental and visual sensitivity. The Oberon Mountain surrounding winding roads form part of the region's valued natural and scenic identity, and incremental infrastructure changes already eroded this landscape character. C, traffic assessment. The route in question was heavily utilised by existing log and freight traffic, and additional construction or transport operations associated with this proposal would exacerbate congestion, create safety hazards, and increase the risk of road damage. To facilitate development that could result in long-term repair costs being borne by ratepayers due to wear and tear or infrastructure failure caused by increased heavy vehicle movements. D, Council's roadside vegetation management plan assessment on how any works will impact on the overarching principle contained within this current plan that indicate Oberon's adjoining corridors as environmentally sensitive. This area supports endangered species, threatened ecological communities, and forms part of a geomorphological rare volcanic landscape. E, O'Connell Avenue of Trees, heritage impact statement on the O'Connell Avenue of Trees, providing assessment of the proposed treatment of the avenue and mitigating options should the avenue be affected by the transportation of blades along O'Connell Road. 2, reserves its right to reconsider its position once a comprehensive assessment of the proposed areas of impact are carried out. 3, seek further legal advice on council's power to approve or reject the request and the appeal rights available if it is rejected, including arranging a council workshop if appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just for the benefit of other councillors, just to explain that the couple of minor changes from what was in the business papers. As I said in the first line, I've made it clearer that it is only consent to conduct further investigations, not for physical roadworks, not for any carting of any components. I changed the word infer to imply in the 4th dot point, where it says an assessment of how any works will not impact on the overarching principles. I've changed it to an assessment of how they will impact. I'm guessing that was a typo in the first place, but I'm not quite sure. I changed the word in recommendation number 2. I changed the word right with a W to right with an R. And as I said, I added the 3rd part of the motion that we get some further legal advice. Now, my reasoning behind this is that I recall and you may recall also, Mr Mayor, during the previous term, we had a session one day with a lawyer explaining about planning law and about how careful councils need to be to only make decisions based on what is actually before the council and not to make decisions for either for ulterior motives or because you don't like the applicant or anything like that. You've got to be very careful about that. Now, I know that session that we had was about DAs. And I recognise, as Councillor Hayden has pointed out, that this is not a DA. And I am also concerned that that advice from Crennan's talks about DAs. Now, it may still be relevant to what we're addressing tonight, but I'm not sure. The session that we had a couple of years ago I suspect it is relevant to the issue we're dealing with tonight, but I'm not sure. So I want to make sure that if council does eventually, whether it's tonight or at some future time, if we reject this request, that we make sure we do it correctly, the correct processes and for the correct reasons to minimise our chances of finding ourselves in court and minimising our chances of losing in court. So that's the purpose of the third part of getting further legal advice. So we are not determining a DA tonight. If we use this opportunity of refusing consent as a backdoor means to prevent the project going ahead, the wind farm project, then I'm concerned that that might be viewed in court as being an improper reason behind our decision tonight. And I think we should allow the further information to be provided and make sure we are on solid legal grounds. We cannot consider what we might think of the applicant based on what may or may not have happened in the past, whether that's here or elsewhere. If I understand this request correctly, we are not considering approval for vehicles to travel along our roads. Obviously, if we had to approve any truck that went along our roads, would be doing nothing else. This request is for works, physical works on the roads to enable certain vehicles to travel along them. And so my understanding of the law, and I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding based on that previous presentation is that we are obliged to simply look at what works are proposed and whether those works are reasonable and acceptable. Now, I'm speaking for myself. I currently am not able to determine whether I think those works are reasonable. I simply don't have the information. The extent of the earthworks in the clearing, for example, at the Mount. Now, we've seen a small scale map with a red line on it. We can't possibly tell where that red line is and how much earthworks and whether it's going to affect trees and koalas. I've no idea. The removal of the concrete barriers, as was also mentioned. How are they proposing to make sure safety is maintained in the meantime? How long will they be missing for? The O'Connell Avenue of trees. I am not clear. We've had conflicting information about anything from, yeah, all the trees are going to go to it's a bit of minor pruning. I don't know where the truth lies. So I would like to get those and other issues clarified before having to make a decision. And with seeking further legal advice, that could include a repeat of the presentation that we had previously, but concentrating more on this situation so that we know that it doesn't just refer to DAs and it includes information about our right to refuse or approve landowners' consent for works on a road. So that is my reasons for this amendment. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While councillor O'Connor's motion makes some really good points, I think I prefer the one that councillor Tucker has put forward because it puts the onus of proving all these lists of items that we've got there onto GPG to prove. Whereas if we do end up in the environmental course, it'll be us who has to prove all those things. And that could be a very expensive exercise. It covers the same sort of thing as mentioned in the other amendment, but this is a little bit broader, if you like. And I think it's important that we do bear in mind that if we're not actually stopping the use of the road, this amendment is to let them do some more investigation. And then if they come up with, we've got to do this, we've got to do that, we can just say no. Then I think this is a interim step, if you like.
Okay. Just before that, I'd like to ask some clarification in relation to your point 2. You say reserves its right to reconsider its position, but council hasn't, in what you've put in 1, it hasn't put a position. Basically, it's saying you're approving GPG to conduct further investigations. So there's no decision or it's no position. So are you saying, I don't want to put words in your mouth, reserves its right to make a decision on approval or refusal to the proposed roadworks once a comprehensive assessment on the proposed areas are carried out? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's a very good point, Mr. Mayor, and I hadn't thought of it, and I'm very happy for those words to be changed.
Are you happy for that, mover and seconder? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it didn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Do you want me to?
Yeah.
Reserves its right to make, after the word TO, make a decision on approval or refusal to the proposed roadworks once a comprehensive assessment on the proposed areas of impact are carried out.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I commend councillor Tucker for his work putting that up, but I'm sorry I won't be supporting that. We can't see, can you go to the top of the motion if that's okay, where it states, that's what I want to read, provide in principle landowners consent to conduct further investigations. I can't support that. I won't support that. GPG frequently twist any little word that they get, and legally we don't.
Councillor Hayden, you have to be careful what you say, please, in the chambers.
And we don't need to give any kind of in principle landowners consent for anyone to investigate. Anyone can drive along the road at any point in time and look at it and map it and even do a survey on it should they wish, as long as they're not interrupting the traffic. So I just can't support that amendment. Sorry. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Tucker, for your input. You're a great source of information for us in terms of procedures, policy, and I've been on the phone to you a few times today. But in this case, unfortunately, I don't support what you said. As you said, you're not a lawyer, and the points you raised are points of law. Let me go back to this 13.4. To be fair and equitable, how that should have been presented is, it should have said, we're not considering this until you give us this information, right? Rather than having in principle landowner consent. That would have been the fair and equitable way. But we can't do that because we can't trust them, okay? But that would have been the way to do it. But we haven't done that, and I know that you haven't done that. But by giving in principle landowner consent, even giving in principle landowner consent to conduct further investigations, as Councillor Hayden has said, it's giving the cheese to the mice. It's sort of like, what are we doing? We have to say no based on the facts, based on the last 2 years with this company. We have to stand up. It's not a time to make a, it's not a time to make a,
Gallery, please.
it's not a,
Gallery.
it's not a time to make a comment like we did with the submissions. It is a time to step up. We have the weight behind us. We have all this demonstrated poor behaviour. We have lies. We have the past. And what you'd say is we're only dealing with this one corner. No, it's not. Let's be fair. Let's be honest. Let's be open. This is not about the one corner. If we give this consent, the trees are gone. So we need to stand up now and say no.
Councillor Graham, were you saying? Anyone else wish to speak on this? Councillor Tuffy, you have the right reply.
Extremely brief right of reply, Mr Mayor. I just want to comment that if we do just say no without being clear about our legal position, it could come back and really bite us and cost us a fortune. Thank you.
Okay. So I put the amendment. All in favour? Those against, everyone else, thank you. So it's Councillor Graham, Tucker and McKibben against everyone else. Right, we go back to the original motion. Sorry, alternate motion, as the amendment was lost. Thank you. Any further discussion on the original motion, which is Councillor O'Connor, seconded by Councillor Prembar? Councillor Hayden.
Yes, now that we're back to this motion, I'd like to add an amended point. Amended point, please. And I haven't sent that through because I'm just.
Another amendment. Seeking amendment, are you seeking the consent of?
If I read it out and we'll see if the,
Second, if the mover and second are supported, that's fine. If not, then you'll need a second.
yeah, okay, be 2 secs. No, I'm trying to make it really short, promise. Is that only going up to H? H.
Aye. Want to insert a J?
No, I'm just having a quick look at what's on here to see where I can fit it in. No, I'll leave it for now. I'll leave it for now. It's just, I wanted to put that.
Yep. Right, anyone else? Right of reply, Councillor Cole. No right of reply. All right. I put the motion, put the alternate motion, which is the motion. All in favour? Against? Councillor Tucker. All other councillors in favour. Motion is, the alternate motion is passed. Right.
Who's paying the bill?
Councillor Hayden, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we can be excused.
You can be excused, yes.
We're good to go.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome to wait for the remainder of the meeting if you'd like. There are further issues involving Councillors, I'm going to call a 5-minute break while everyone leaves the chamber. So if you want to get a coffee or something to eat or something. Thank you, all attendees.
Yeah, I was just.
Right, councillors, resuming, move to item 9. 9.1 is the Merrill Minute and Report. Recommendation is that report item 9.1 is received information. I move the motion. Do I second that? Councillor O'Connor. the matter speaks for itself. I have had some requests to explain the meeting with the Pines Wind Farm on, I think it was on the 12th. The purpose of the meeting was basically the Pines asked if having the meeting prior to an IBS was still appropriate, as at the second meeting, which I think was on the 10th of June, there had been a limited number of attendees in person, several by audio visual, but there were a lot of absences, and whether those meetings should be rescheduled to prior to an ordinary council meeting. Both the general manager and I indicated that we wished to have the meeting still before an IBS. It was just an aberration that there were not a large number of councillors present in person at that meeting. And we also said that if it was before a councillor meeting, that then items that were in the council papers it may be perceived that there would be that what they were presenting was presenting in relation to that council meeting. So if we had one, for instance, prior to the meetings where there were decisions on the anemometer towers, then their presentation could have been wholly involved with the anemometer towers and we wouldn't have got any information. We also then discussed, so after our discussions, it was agreed that they should be remaining prior to the IBS. And I think the next one, correct me, Sharon, is the 13th September, something like that.
No.
9th September, sorry, apologies. The other issue they raised some points about what to discuss. And I said, well, we think you should sort of target a number of topics each item. And I said, if you want to use some of the issues, I said, there have been a number which I've expressed in the Village Voice. You might like to address that, a couple of those at each meeting, whether it's decommissioning, etc., as you know, to concentrate on several points at the meetings, so that we at least have a range of topics. They asked if they could publish their questions and answers on our website. We said no, they should be published on your website, and our website would direct people to their website to look at those questions and answers. They raised the issue about the neighbour program, and I said, well, the neighbour program you've discussed at length, but you haven't discussed in great detail what the full benefit the council area as a whole is going to get from your proposal. So there's some topic areas that we talked about, and we asked, and they asked us if we could provide questions 7 days before the meeting in order that they could be better prepared. Yes, Councillor Trimmer.
It was me that raised the
Yes.
question around the meeting, and it was a resolution that they come to us, and I see them as a developer. So trying to organise a meeting with you separately, and I know you're not having yourself in that meeting, I just have a problem with it. It's quite clear we do provide questions in advance. We're still waiting for them to give us the fire. They know that. They didn't do it last time. It was like, no, we didn't get to that. I think it's very clear what we need to know. And I just don't think they're not our friend. They're coming in and having meetings with a developer. They know they should be in this room, and if they want to change the meeting, they should be proposing it at those meetings. I just should have a very serious issue that they think because they're being nice, that we're all friendly with them. It's not.
People have issues with developing things come in all the time.
Very clear what we wanted them to do, and we've told them, we've said these meetings must be with all councillors and recorded.
But this wasn't it was not a meeting that supplants that.
No, it was in addition.
Yes, but it was more about is the appropriate timing, should be looking at that. And that was the original setup that we said, and we came back to council and said, is this acceptable? So we weren't intending to change it.
No, I don't intend to change it. I just think that they already know when the meetings are, how they're conducted. We do send questions in advance. And I don't think it really matters if there's 2 councillors here or 9 councillors. It's got nothing to do with it. if the questions being asked are relevant and important and it's recorded, we'll all have it available to us. So it's just a ruse to say, oh, maybe there's not enough people and maybe you should do it.
Well,
here.
we didn't consider it was a ruse, it was a concern they had, so they.
So, I mean, I asked the question and that was the purpose of it. Whilst we're talking about it, can I then go to the country mayors meeting?
Yes,
And I noted that there was a workshop with the Honourable Penny Sharp.
yes.
And that day, the legislation, the Electricity Infrastructure Investment Amendment Priority Networks Projects Bill passed State Parliament. So on that day, it passed. Did the country mayors have any heads up that this was going through, that it's happening?
Well, it wasn't raised at the meeting, no. In fact, she left the meeting, said she had to go to vote on legislation.
On herself?
Yes, she said she had to put up.
I just find it sort of, as the country mayors there is an expectation that you are kept abreast of the important issues. That's an important issue. Because this whole area has been opened up as we're not even in a res, and we've got wind turbines coming from everywhere. They do have this power. And then the next day, when Tuckerman resigned, again, did anyone discuss that at the country mayors?
No.
Didn't think it was important. I just think that it's not respectful to the country mayors that you have no idea about any of these issues. It's just how I saw it. That's my point.
Well, the discussions basically involved biodiversity, waste, the major topics, yes.
Yeah, we're the sacrifice.
And on the second day, which was crime and basically crime.
Yeah, I know that we did crime. I realise that.
That was the Friday.
Yep.
With
Mr.
yes, he was one of the speakers, there were a number of them. But on the day before, the 7th of August, it was biodiversity and waste and biodiversity offsets. So it wasn't.
I just thought it probably might have been something. Wendy Tuckerman, well, local government, her area is being decimated and she resigns and still there's no discussion at country mayors about it. That's all. It's just, Minns has said we're to be sacrificed.
Just through the chair, though, just one of the comments that I'd like to make about the workshop was held on the Thursday. Whilst it might not have be related to renewables, what there was from from country mayors was a strong stance against government trying to push these things through, and their absence at the table that has made the negative prevail. So the need for consultation, the need to be out there, the need to be front of house when you are assessing an application. And I think that was applicable to what we've discussed tonight and previously. So whilst renewables themselves weren't part of that workshop, it was clear that country mayors had a strong opinion against the way that these types of developments are being.
You have a very strong opinion that we're not in a res. And there's so many, we've got Trunky Creek, we've got
that's right.
Bondo, Sunny Corner, Mount Lambie, Pines, we are just being overrun. And in those res zones, they get money from Energy Code. They're getting $250,000 per year for 3 years. There's about 6 councils. Where's ours?
So I have provided a copy of the letter I sent to Penny Sharp, to Bathurst Council, Lithgow Council and Blaney Council, which was about us not being in arrears. We're not getting any benefits, and you'll recall the letter. So we are, and you'll note that in 9.2, we are working with Lithgow and Bathurst on Blaney on that, being very active and pushing this. Drafting it. I know that
you're active, but I don't feel that the country mayors are giving this issue the support that it should. That's what we pay for.
General manager's right. What's it? Yes, sir. You're most willing to make an amendment to 9.2 if you'd like to put something in.
I had some thoughts, but I'm.
All right.
Thank you.
Councillor,
You're right, I nearly went to sleep. Thanks for being there.
I'm sure you did.
No, I didn't. Sorry, that was a bit rude.
That was very rude.
Sorry, take that back. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your wide-ranging efforts during the past month. The roundtable meeting, you'll provide an update with that with 9.2. The 30th of July Australian article was magnificent, and you must have been misquoted when you said place was divide our community, but that must have been what happened. And on the 12th of August, I too am concerned as Councillor Trenbath. I'm concerned with this because my understanding was any meetings, all meetings would be held with council live stream. And the reason for that, the reason behind that was surely this is a $4 billion project, that we need transparency. We need to ensure there's no conflict of interest and we need to maintain public trust. I would like to ask whether there won't be any future meetings other than those in council live stream, because this is not house development. This is a $4 billion project. And I think we have to be sensible and aware of these project developers. Thank you.
I note comments. Yes, councillor Hayden.
Yeah, mine's about the 12th of August, but it's not about that. It's meeting with the landholder regarding the planning matter.
And that's probably confidential.
Okay. Can you?
Well, it was an issue they'd had with a something they'd been advised. So, general manager to have a different look at it and see if we could, there was a way. Well, if what was said was correct and if there was another way. Can't say who the landholder is or what was.
No.
Thank you, councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just under correspondence, the 10th of July. Was that about renewables, was it, or?
Yes, that's invitation. It was raised here. A lot of what has come into my 9.2 has arisen out of that meeting. And discussions with my fellow councillors I discussed. Mayor, Deputy Mayor of Bathurst, Deputy Mayor of Lithgow and the Mayor of Wayne. Anything further? All right, no further. I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Thank you. Move to 19.2, which is recommendation that I've put, so I move the motion. 1, council support the following questions being presented to the Local Government New South Wales State Conference. The LG New South Wales calls on the New South Wales Government to work with LG New South Wales to establish guidelines for the current proposed state significant development proposals for renewable projects, including solar and wind, battery, pumped hydro, which are and will significantly affect councils and their communities. 1, the timeframe for councils to review the environmental impact statements and respond to it be extended to a minimum of 90 days. 2, requiring prior to any transport of any oversized overweight renewable infrastructure components for the LGA, a dilapidation report on roads and associated infrastructure be undertaken by the proponent. B, the lodgement of a bank guarantee equivalent to 50% of the cost of reconstructing roads in which the proposed oversized overweight renewable infrastructure component is to traverse within, it should say, the relevant LGA. C, an enforceable undertaking supported by the above is reconstructed and repaired roads damaged during the transport of renewable components within the relevant LGA within 90 days of completion of the transport on those roads of oversized overweight components for the relevant project. 3, workers' accommodation guidelines during the construction phase that address A, effect on rental accommodation, including availability for current residents of the council and affordability with increased rents. B, establishment of worker camps in lieu of or in addition to rental accommodation. C, in relation to A and B above, how the influx of workers and in some cases dependents will be managed and financed in relation to provision of potable and non-potable water, sewerage, wastewater services, waste services, policing for an increase in workers, health services for increased population, noting the potential for significant strain to be placed on already stretched, under-resourced health services. 4, the EIS must fully detail the effect on local industries and how that is to be mitigated during the construction phase phase, including restrictions on use of roads. The EIS needs to address how those industries are compensated financially if there's a detrimental effect on their revenue. 5, parameters for council and community consultation by the proponents and feedback prior to and following the preparation of EIS. 6, the decommissioning of renewable projects to the end of their life, including requirements to determine what deconstruction requires, including the level of removal of concrete substrata foundations. B, include in the EIS an independent report of the estimated cost of deconstruction of renewable projects, infrastructure at date of construction in accordance with A above. To provide a bank guarantee by the proponent for the full value of the deconstruction of the infrastructure renewable projects, adjusted yearly by the non-residential building construction materials and labour index. D, ensure that future purchasers are obligated to deconstruction by maintaining a precondition for any sale of any renewable project is that the buyer must lodge a replacement bank guarantee escalated by the non-residential building construction materials and labour index. The sale does not take effect until the precondition is met and the buyer agrees to escalate the bank guarantee yearly in accordance with the non-residential building construction materials and labour index. I have a second to flip.
I'm happy to second, Mr. Mayor. I think you are in, you would have the email that I sent through, and I'm sure you have the guidelines to the motion for New South Wales Golf Conference. What you've done is what needs to be done, but I just thought for the submission to the conference, the body part, I did send you just that small amendment so that it's brief in the form that I sent to you, and possibly 2 paragraphs as they request, and then have your larger portion as an addendum to the motion, because they won't accept anything in big length.
Yeah, I did note that. I haven't got it with me, but I didn't, we able to pull that up, Sharon?
So, the comments.
No. Oh, councillor Hayden's.
That's just something for you to view or as an amendment?
The only issue on this one is that I note that
The
Bathurst,
amendment.
Lithgow and Oberon, I meant to be, sorry, Bathurst.
I sent it to the mayor.
Yeah, Bathurst, Lithgow and Laney are meant to be putting something up similar so that we have some consistency.
So I just thought, yeah.
But I do note the comment about the length, and when I read your comment, I thought, yes, you've got a point there. Yes.
So I just wondered whether you wanted to go with that and support you putting that in, and then you could have added your lengthy part to the all council.
But I suggest that maybe,
It needs to say motion, not question.
yes, I agree with that. I'll check that. I would, what I would suggest is that, one, we could put a two here right at the end that says, that the mayor is permitted to make any necessary changes to accommodate motions for submission to the LGA conference.
So I just sent Sharon the one that I sent you because she's not in.
Submission to the LGA and to be consistent with supporting surrounding councils.
Yeah, I think within the local government New South Wales motion guidelines, it's quite succinct in there what they request. It must be a motion, it must be very brief and a length of 2 paragraphs. But separately, you can send your expanded notes or addendum to it.
So that's why I'm saying mayor is authorised, I'll put authorised, to make any changes necessary to accommodate the LGA conference guidelines for motions.
Submission.
And for consistency with supporting surrounding councils, because we wanted to make it quite consistent with Bathurst, Lithgow and Blaney. So we had 4 councils putting this forward.
Yeah. It's got to be a statewide.
if you're happy with those words as a two at the end.
Yeah,
I
how
think
long,
that's-
how long's that motion?
Where are you telling me?
Well, it's the same motion, but it says.
Oh, it's the same lengthy one. Okay.
But it says at the end too,
Yeah.
that the mayor be authorised to make any necessary changes to to one above, if we make one above,
Conference guidelines, yeah.
to accommodate the motion submission to the LGA conference.
I
and
don't
to be
think you
consistent
need
with-
surrounding LGAs. It just says, you just need for it to say that the mayor is authorised to make any changes necessary to accommodate the local government New South Wales conference guidelines for motions. That's all it needs.
The only issue is, as I've said a minute ago, because Bathurst, we're the first off the rank, but Bathurst,
Yeah.
Lithgow and Blaney are going to pass something. So I want to have the words there so that we can make any changes to make it consistent.
But if you probably don't need that after motions, because all motions have to support the broader New South Wales. So a motion that goes to New South Wales conference has to be a motion that's in the interest of all 128 councils. So you could just leave that out and just go with the guidelines and that's it.
We have to, yeah, we do have, but the idea of this one is that it's actually could be proposed by more than one party. It could be proposed by 4 councils, so to give it more strength. Sorry,
Okay.
if you're happy with that. Yeah. Sorry, I think the motion speaks for itself. I don't need to speak to it anymore. Who was the second? Councillor Hayden seconded it,
Yeah, I was just trying to get you to do it brief,
but I will do it brief.
condense it.
I will, but I just need to consult with other councils. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, thank you for doing the question. I think it's great. But, I was going to propose maybe just an amendment to strengthen it. And that I would put in a new one. I'll just read it out. That all councils subject to state significant developments for energy be provided with the same benefits as a red zone with payments from Energy Corporation of New South Wales, Energy Code, to plan for the community's future as part of renewable energy transition and is separate to any agreements between councils and private generators. I'll give it to you. Your one then becomes 2.
Yeah.
And then in 2 becomes 3.
Yeah.
And A, I have added in, so you've got a dilapidating report on roads and associated infrastructure, and I've added, as well as key alternate routes, bracket, potential rat runs as identified by council, close bracket, to be undertaken by the proponent with input from the council, and B stays as is. C has an enforceable undertaking supported by the above 2, and then I've added in immediately reconstruction, repair roads at the time of major failure during the transport of renewable components within the relevant LGA and within 90 days of completion of the project, because those projects can run for a very long time and our roads are absolutely broken. So I'm trying to say you need to have immediate remediation done if there's a major fail. I'm not saying just a pothole, anyhow. And then I put in a D, an enforceable undertaking that traffic studies will be conducted at the time of the transport study on the relevant main transport route and key alternative roads to identify the increase of traffic that will result in damage.
Sharon,
I will give it to you, Sharon, don't worry.
Yeah, but you're gonna give it to me via email and I can't open it.
No, I haven't written to you by email, I have given paper. That will result in damage that will have to be funded by the ratepayers during transport or oversized overweight components for the relevant project. So what I'm covering off is, for instance, in our case, if they bring the transport up through the O'Connell Road, Beaconsfield Road and Lowe's-Mount Road and Mutton Falls Road and Carwood Road will become rat runs, and that damage will be on our ratepayers, and we can't afford it. It'll just be an absolute disaster. And we saw what happened to Sodwells when they closed roads and quarry trucks were going out to the highway and going down the O'Connell Road. Luckily, if it's on the O'Connell Road, the state government can pay for it, but there was other roads being used because people just couldn't cope with it.
So,
And then the rest remains the same.
can I just suggest that it might be simpler to say it should be dilapidation, not dilapidating. Dilapidation report on all roads and associated infra used or to be used.
Sorry, I'm just.
I think A might be better saying, rather than trying to talk about
Yeah, no,
dilapidation report on all roads and associated infrastructure used or to be used. That means, yeah.
I
think that's a
mean,
better way of
I put that right thing, but when I did, I was like, probably not best term.
Mr. Mayor, just a comment and make it what it is. I'm just been reading it and trying to get how we can. The dilapidation report at the beginning of a project is something that's a given. Right? But I think that there's an opportunity potentially in here to let count, like, I think that there needs to be a progress report on how roads are because of the time and the amount of vehicles. Would it be something that council every 12 months or every 2 years or something like that? Because they are going to take a while. And it might not be that it happens in the 6 months.
Can I just say, it may not be the first proponent. It could be the second one, and you'll be trying to argue with who did the damage. That's why. So however you want to put it, I just think it's really good that we're doing it. I just think it needs some strengthening around some of those areas.
In between each.
Huh?
In between each.
Yeah, so that's all.
I'm happy if you want to reword
No,
that.
if you could email me the changes, because what I would like to do is then do a compare and check them and then forward them through the other councils.
Then I actually put it in red, what I changed and what I added.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes, councillor Connell, special.
Good. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, for your efforts. Regarding 9.2, I think there was 3, yourself and 2 other councillors at the meeting. Correct. And in reports coming back from other councillors from other areas than ours, there was some major success. It was fantastic to hear the real stories that are happening. And from that, I've just made a couple of comments that you might like to consider. That possibly we hold a workshop so that all councillors can be aware of these issues that in particular Brad Cam, who's 2 years down the track from us, highlighted 10 or so issues that it'd be good for all our councillors to hear the significant problems being faced.
Well, I did make an invitation to him.
Fantastic. And then, well, the next point was that Brad can come to our workshop and give a similar presentation.
Well, I've given that.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you.
But I haven't confirmed it yet.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Speak to the chair, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, yes, thanks for your work on this, and the amendments or adding to it. Also, when at the meeting, I think you asked the Mayor, the quarries, what's happening with the gravel.
Yeah.
So, Brad's, answer was they want quarries everywhere. So we're talking 1,000 cubes per tower.
Yeah.
That's a lot of gravel. So what they're doing is they're putting the quarries everywhere and they're making them smaller so they don't have to have a DA for a quarry thing. So maybe we could add that too. We've got a quarry problem, so we're going to be inundated with requests for quarries.
Yeah, effect of gravel was mentioned. I did have it noted. You're actually correct. Councillor Lee, we have omitted it here. Because there was an issue about the water and the gravel.
Yeah, very good question you asked there. Yeah, he's just there.
So just to give some context through the mayor, it was that quarries were being kept at size, so it removed them from the site significant processes and we're trying to push through like
smaller ones everywhere, yes. We'll have to deal with that. Hopefully not.
So, just from a numbering point of view, I would be suggesting that the existing is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 be changed to A, but
7 in it says that you can take these comments off.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Comparing
Alright, instead of.
yeah, I'll put
think we're supporting it, it's just gonna make some change.
Yeah, I call it enhancing it.
Reducing.
Sorry?
I
Well,
thought mine was long.
So then, is there still your eight, Mr Mayor, that needs to then go in? On top of what Lauren said for the
Yes.
Thursday?
yeah.
You can review it and refine
Is there a
I
second?
think you think to the hell, Councillor Hayden, if she supports that petition.
Councillor Hayden, finds it.
Yes.
Oh, can I?
Also,
Oh, so is it not an amendment, is
no,
it?
it's just an addition to the.
It's an addition.
and you've accepted the addition.
And it's a mayoral minute, you don't need a mover and a seconder.
No, well, you need a mover, that's me.
Well,
And shape it.
Good to have support for these.
I like to have support where possible. I think it makes it more long-term.
you can remember.
It's that.
I don't know. It's weird. I think that's wise in Israel.
You're happy with one, are you, Councillor Trimble? Seems fine to me.
Yeah. There's minor changes in 3.
In A, I think that's all right, but I think if we said on roads and associated infrastructure used or to be used, might be better than putting alternate routes, potential rat runs. I just don't think it's probably the
We
appropriate
can take the
word.
rep, that.
Yeah, so I think we should, on roads and associated infrastructure, and after that, used or to be used. Because that means if they then suddenly have to use the road, they have to do an elaboration report on it.
Through the chair, in that regard, it's not delivering on what,
Oh,
this is not the proponent using roads or to be used, it's about
The
the
council
ways in
identifying
which people will go around that. So
how they will find their way.
All right, put the words back in.
And you can do the edits at the end anyway.
All right, put the words back in.
just.
Potential rat runs, the name.
Yeah, take that out.
How you just saying identified by council?
All
Yeah.
roads.
Those are the. Just to comment on one, we have nominated Energy Co as the way you're going to get your funding. Energy Co is the organisation engaged to put the hard wide infrastructure in. And it may be just we remove Energy Co from that to just have
I'm more than
like
happy.
whether it's a state or the proponent or whoever, like
It's just
so.
that we get money.
Yeah, but by nominating energy, they'll come back and say, well,
It won't be your.
they're not in, they're
Say
not in
as
this.
per red zones,
As a red zone,
as per red zone payments.
As per the same benefits
As
in the
red
red
zone.
zone.
To plan for the community's future as part of the
Yeah, just
renewable
take out
energy
that.
transition.
But then
Payments
Pico might
from
sell up
energy.
and then there'll be no one to pay any.
So you're on the right, so with payments from Energy Corporation of New
so
South
well,
Wales.
energy go. Yeah, take
Just take that out.
Just so, yeah.
Yeah.
Generators the right word? Is generators the right word?
Yes, it is, because it means, if it's a solar farm or a wind farm, they're the private generators.
It wasn't just a.
Doing. Yeah. Well, I think you need to go through the end. Can you just scroll down the end, please?
Yeah, all the rest of it.
Yeah, keep going, and then the end one.
It's only 8 that's added.
Maybe and consistent with surrounding LGA's similar motions. That was similar motions. All right. Any further discussion on this? Issue, Councillor Tucker, thank you.
Couple of minor points since you so helpfully fixed mine up.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm just wondering whether in our 3A, where it says a dilapidating report or a dilapidation report on roads.
Yep.
Would better wording be to say an assessment and report on the possible physical impact on roads?
Well, the dilapidation report actually set the status before they do anything or there's any work on it. So that sets the baseline from which you then work out the damage. If you said what you're doing, I'm not sure it gives us the baseline.
Okay, fair enough. The other one is a minor typo in what is now 7D. The word purchases should be purchasers.
Thank you.
Makes us even.
You think so? Any other discussion? Yeah, Councillor Gray.
Can I just fix up a little, typo?
Yes, please.
In number 1,
Yes.
the community's future has an apostrophe because the future belongs to the community. Go with apostrophe.
Thank you very much. Possessive grammar.
Yes.
Councillor Lee, have you got another one?
No, just, yeah, there is one here somewhere that I didn't take it into account.
That's not about the dilapidation. That's an ongoing support. So there's two. I know that council's raised the question of ongoing reports, and I will fit that in. I don't think it fits in A properly because that's giving a status prior to any construction. So we want ongoing reports about damage that has occurred subsequent to that construction commencing. The other issue I notice, as Councillor Lee raised, the issue of quarries and water. I would think of some appropriate wording. Subject to any further discussion, I don't think there's no right, I don't need a right of reply, it speaks for itself. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Go to item 10. Point 1,
Yeah, I have an alternative.
yes, councillor.
Give it to Sharon.
I understand that 1 remains the same, does it?
Just again through process.
Yeah.
This report has been lodged.
Oh, sorry.
By council.
Sorry. This is a motion that's been put up by council, so that will have to be an amendment. Councillor Alevris, sorry. This is your motion, as written, so please, yes. And you need a seconder? Councillor Hayden, thank you. So the motion is that Oberon Council formally acknowledges and nominates Councillor Clive McCarthy for recognition by local government New South Wales, LG New South Wales, for his 30 years of dedicated service to local government and the community at the 2025 LG New South Wales Annual Conference scheduled for 23rd, 25th November 2025 at Panthers Penrith, Western Sydney Conference Centre. 2, approves and encourages the attendance of all councillors to the 2025 LG New South Wales Annual Conference to support and recognise Councillor McCarthy's significant milestone. Thank you.
Well, it's not every day that someone dedicates 30 years of continuous sort of service to their community. I think it's both fitting and appropriate that McCarthy's remarkable actually contribution is formally acknowledged. I'm hopeful the council can make necessary arrangements to ensure that those councillors who wish to attend the annual conference in Penrith and for dinner able to do so and to be present for the service awards nights in recognition of Councillor McCarthy's achievement.
Thank you. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I'm happy to second with a slight amendment as in to remove bullet point number 2, what the wording, and replace that with approves and encourages the attendance of councillors to the awards dinner. So just the dinner is not the conference as a whole, because I do understand that it's $1,700 for the conference each, but the dinner is only $245. And if the general manager invites a table of councillors to attend and Councillor McCarthy's wife, well, I think that would be appropriate that we have a small table at that price of $245. If there's no budget, I'm sure that some councillors, I know that I myself would pay for my own dinner, but I think it's important that we support our councillor on this 30-year award recognition.
Councillor Leveris, do you support that change?
Yep.
Okay, Sharon, did you get the change?
It's just for the award dinner, not the whole conference.
So that would be a cost of about
$245 each.
Yeah, 2,450 of all councillors plus Councillor McCarthy's wife attended. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
We have our budgets for conferences, etc., etc. So.
Any further discussion on the matter? Councillor Tremble. Debate amendment, yes.
So it's not really changing. I absolutely commend Councillor Leveris for making sure that we do recognise Councillor McCarthy. It may have just passed us by.
You have a seconder for this, sorry.
Yeah.
Councillor Gray, right.
Yeah. So let's see, is it up there? There's no funding source as per the general manager's note, and there's no provision in the current budget. So based on the original of what I saw in this, it potentially $20,000 cost if you had all councillors go to the conference, and the dinner is $245. I understand that. So I don't think our ratepayers who focus on roads, rates and rubbish would understand this expenditure when we have just increased our rates, removed parks from the playgrounds and the bulk goods collection, to name just a few examples. So my amendment was we formally acknowledge and recognise Councillor Clive McCarthy for his 30 years of dedicated service to local government and the community. 2, nominate Councillor Clive McCarthy for the Certificate of Service Award. I want to make sure it was clear. That's where it would sit. And 3 was to invite Councillor McCarthy and his wife Jenny to attend the Local Government New South Wales Conference Dinner 24 November 2025 to accept his Certificate of Service Award. And I haven't put in there, but I note that the General Manager and the Mayor would all already be in attendance at that conference to support him in that. So I just think that inviting or opening it up for all councillors to potentially attend this conference when we have no budget. And like I said, there's a lot of other expenses in the LGA that our ratepayers are aware of and possibly see it as a junket for us to do. But absolutely recognise Councillor McCarthy for 30 years. It's quite a big milestone.
Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think this amendment is good in that it says what the award is going to be, what we're nominating him for, which is great. It doesn't preclude anyone else from going to the dinner, as Councillor Hayden said, you can pay for your own to go. That's why I think that's quite a good amendment.
Any other discussion on the amendment, Councillor Hayden?
Yeah, I understand where Councillor Trembert is coming with the motion. And that's why I moved the portion in the previous, because you can't just pay for your dinner and go. The General Manager or the Mayor who will be in attendance on the night must invite the other councillors. So they have to say, we have to be with them. So you have to be in the same, so you're as a guest, you have to go as a guest. I'm happy for the amendment to go forward. I don't have a problem with that, but I do think that there should be an option for other councillors to attend the service dinner should they wish to support their other councillor. And that's a $245 voucher. It's not the $1,700. But if councillors wish to pay for that and wish to attend the dinner, that opportunity should still be there. That was all.
Just in response to that, it is, yes, only $245 for the dinner, but then there would have to be accommodation and travel.
No, because you come home on the train. It's only Penrith, this one.
No, that's how I see it, and I just we don't have money for it, so I'm very conscious of our ratepayers and their expectation of how we conduct ourselves.
All right, Councillor.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just to be clear, our maximum spend would be $2,200. Is that right? Under Councillor Lebrus's
Under the
Well, the Mayor, the General Manager might already be there, so we're coded
so
for.
it's less than that.
So if you just talk about the dinner, you're looking at, there's obviously Councillor McCarthy and Jen, and there'd be 8 other councillors, so that you're looking at 2,450 is what I'm talking about.
2,450, that's maximum spend. Look,
The dinner.
That's the dinner.
For the dinner.
but that's all we're
Not
going to
anything
fund.
else.
That's what we're proposing, we're only going to fund that.
That's what,
So if that's the maximum spend, and when I look around the room and I think about myself, I don't know what I'm going to be doing then. I'd like to go, but I don't know. So you might say only half can attend, even though we'd all like to attend. So the maximum spend might be $1,000. I think we should encourage those who are attending to support Councillor McCarthy on the night. I think we have to do that. I don't think we can stand back and not be shown to be, not to be supported. So whoever turns up, that's fantastic, because things pop up and you can't, but we should support those who attend.
so you're,
I'm supporting.
yes, you're against the amendment.
That's
and
right.
you're- yeah. Okay, any further discussion on the amendment? think councillor Trembus, you've probably already had a right of reply. If not, I put the amendment. All in favour? We have councillors Tucker, Graham and Trembath. All against? The remainder of the councillors, Lee, McKibben, Hayden, Alebris and O'Connor. So the amendment's lost.
Councillor McCarthy didn't vote.
Yeah, he does leave. We'll do it. It's not there.
Yes, councillor McCarthy has not, he's not voting on this, noting his interest in the matter. We go back to the original motion as altered, if I can say that. I don't think there's probably any necessity for there's no further discussion on this. You'd like a right of reply?
No, I'm fine.
All right, all in favour of the motion? Noting the change to 2, all in favour? 8 councillors in favour, noting councillor McCarthy abstained because it involved his situation. Go to 10.2, motion from local government New South Wales annual conference. The motion is that council will endorse the following motion sufficient for the 2025 local government New South Wales LG New South Wales annual conference. Motion the title establish rating of compensating mechanisms for unrateable public land. Now I note you push the motion, so it has to go like this.
No, as the motion was submitted, it's been altered in.
I realise that, but someone else has to put the amendment because it's on the books as your motion.
I can do it as an alternate. If you like. Up to you. Thank you.
I think the motion has to go as per what's on the books at this stage, doesn't it? So now,
Just
clarification
for
that time.
process, we've had this conversation now a couple of times and council went to, as a notice of motion has been lodged by a councillor, it would be considered the motion to start with, and anything else would need to be an amendment. So for this particular thing, this particular purpose, the motion as it is needs to be the motion. If it is not supported, then council may look at another motion procedurally. However, in order to get it ticking along, councillor Hayden would be the those who move the motion, and we need a seconder to continue the conversation.
There's a seconder to suggest.
Potentially.
No, Peter.
So
I think that's probably
if you have a seconder, I would suggest they say to you, would you accept the changes?
Once
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I need to read it out first. Establish rating or compensation mechanisms for rateable public land, including state forests and national parks. Motion tech. Local government New South Wales urgently lobby the New South Wales government to A, reassess all current rating exemptions applied to government-owned land, and B, introduce a capital improved value-based rate or equivalent compensatory payment to apply to all unrateable public land, including national parks, state forests and land managed by state agencies, in order to recognise and address the financial and infrastructure burden placed on local councils. Councils such as Oberon are significantly impacted by the presence of large tracts of unrateable land held by the New South Wales government, including state forests and national parks. These lands host high impact activities, particularly logging and timber, transport by heavy vehicles such as B-doubles, which cause substantial damage to local road network and infrastructure. Current vehicle registration and state road funding mechanisms do not compensate councils fairly or directly. Despite paying registration fees, forestry vehicles generate no revenue for councils while causing disproportionate wear on local assets. Moreover, New South Wales state government grant programs remain highly competitive and often skewed in favour of metropolitan or large regional councils, leaving local councils like Oberon unfunded and overburdened. A mechanism to rate these lands based on capital improved value or indexed compensatory payments to the New South Wales government is necessary to restore equity, ensure road safety and enable councils to sustainably manage infrastructure impacted by public land use. 2, submit the above motion to LG New South Wales for inclusion in the 2025 LG New South Wales Annual Conference Business Paper. Thank you, councillor Hayden. You have a second of councillor Tucker, is it?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. When I sent through this motion, it only takes a slight movement of where your number one is, and number one is that council. That should be number one. I'm sure that I'll leave that in the hands of the seconder to correct. But as you know, the background to this, we're in a situation where we've got 47% odd unrateable lands, and that's a significant cost that we're missing out on that could be helping improve our roads. So I'll just leave that. I'll leave it nice and short, and I'll come back for my right of reply at the end. Thank you.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I second it with suggesting a couple of minor changes if the mover is willing to go along with them. The motion text, it says number one, that local government New South Wales, if we could remove the number one from that point and move it up to just below the word motion. So motion number one would be that council endorse, etc. So that means that the motion will now be in two parts. That'll be part one, and then right down the bottom, number two becomes part of the motion to today's meeting, not part of the proposed motion to local government New South Wales.
So what happens to the existing one under motion text?
It just disappears. The motion text will simply be that local government New South Wales urgently lobby, etc., etc. And then the other minor change is after. Sorry, if I lost you, I will come over.
The original Word document.
And then what?
Yeah.
And the other minor change.
Should say background.
The other minor change after the motion text A and B, and before we go on to the next four paragraphs, it needs a subheading background. So those four paragraphs are not part of the motion, they're just explaining the motion.
Definition. Thank you, Councillor Parker.
So I assume you're happy with those changes, Councillor Hayden?
That was originally.
Take the background out, if that's not no in the motion. That shouldn't be part of the motion.
The motion is the motion title and the motion text. The motion title is this, what we're approving is the motion that will be submitted to the local government portal. And that is the motion title, and the motion text in that brief. The background is the two paragraphs to support the motion in the portal.
That's the motion.
This is our
This.
Yeah, that was
So then.
I get.
That's the title.
Yes, those need to be in the motion.
Well, yeah, why?
Is it Councillor Hayden's motion?
I didn't do that, Mr Mayor.
Just say that's the one.
Yeah.
So just be. And the explanation.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Tucker. You wish to speak to the
No, that's all, Mr Mayor.
Councillor O'Connor?
Mr Mayor, I recommend Councillor Hayden for this motion. It's hugely significant. We're losing in excess of $1 million lost revenue per year. It's a huge opportunity cost for our LGA. And I support in principle, what Councillor Hayden's put forward. The thing that I'd like to be improved, given that we've got time, we've got to the 30th of September, which is the cut-off time. This has been put forward, I was going to say thousands of times. Many councils have lodged something similar to this, and it always gets rebutted. It's been, it's been put forward so many times, and we're doing it again. That's great. I think stepping back from it, we need to do something new. We need something out of the box to catch attention, maybe then that our local member can run with. This is just a suggestion, but I was more. One suggestion would be rather than in under point 1A and B, one method is to say request an alternative funding model is to request the establishment of a permanent grant tied to state forestry area that's updated every 3 or 4 years. But we need something different there because this is being tried and tried. We need some different funding model so we can say, look, guys, we're losing $1 million a year. Get real. We don't want to tie it to rates. We just want to say, this is the area and this is the grant you should be getting us every year, a permanent grant. That's just one idea, but I just think it's a wonderful thing what Councillor Hayden's doing. We just maybe need to get something out of the box under number 1 so that then our local member can then run with it and scream from the top of the post. Thank you.
This is for the local government conference for them to lobby.
Absolutely.
But there's an addendum that goes with this, that the general manager.
I just think the funding model.
Yeah, but just because I didn't send it
Okay, sorry.
to expand, but the addendum calls on part 5 that has been already already written into legislation, but it hasn't been enacted for a fund for forestry or other mechanisms to pay into a regional fund. It has not been enacted, so the addendum uses that and is a background to something that goes in behind a motion into the local government conference.
And having said that, the mining councils in New South Wales used to have a fund, but that's been lost. They've lost it.
Well, I'll just be guided by.
But I agree that whatever means we can get funding, we should be looking at.
Do you want me to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just to give some background to everyone. So part 5 of the Plantation and Reforestation Act provides for the Minister of Local Government to set up a committee where impacts from local authorities can do it like in a grant scenario or a pool fund. Its makeup is at the discretion of the minister. However, they need to, as part of this provision, consult with not councils, but with LGNSW, or there was the Axeman around it used to call it the Shires Association. So LGNSW is the amalgamated version of those 2 entities. But that's where the provision sits. It hasn't been repealed. But I've asked some questions of LGNSW, one, whether they've had those discussions with the minister. And secondly, if they have, what was the answer? What was the outcome? Or has that been superseded by any part of other legislation that I'm not aware of? So I put that question to them before we put the question to the conference. I'm trying to get some understanding to make sure we're on the same page. So that is where that provision that Councillor Hayden's talking about. And once I have that information, I'll come back and let council know what that answer was.
So it's part 5 of what act?
It's the Plantation and Reforestation Act 1999.
Well, speaking the chair, and maybe there's a possibility that to put it up front, we put a C on the motion text. So just a suggestion.
Or not under text, down at the put in number 3 that it gets you authorised to change as see fit.
Yeah.
The C would say the local government of New South Wales urgently lobby the New South Wales government to A and B, and C would be enact part 5 of the Plantation and Reforestation Act 1999.
That's in the addendum.
Yes, but it's not in the.
So
I think it does need.
So, Mr. Mayor, like you've done in the previous one, why wouldn't you just insert that the mayor make amendments to the motion that supports
part 3?
So if you just take.
But I do agree, I think to have it up front, councillor Hayden, to have a C to because you've got the wording there, to enact it and actually do that,
For local government New South Wales to lobby to
enact it, yes.
if you like,
Because the general manager's already,
I don't have an issue with those minors, it's just getting this done so that we can get this looking harder.
I think that satisfies partly your concerns, councillor O'Connor.
I think it's where you.
But that's not what it is. But that's not what it is.
Just for process councillors, this is a notice of motion that will appear in the status report as we manage that. So just to clarify, part one of the motion is that council endorse the following motion, which is establish the rating compensation mechanism.
Correct.
To submit the motion to the, so establish the rating or compensation mechanisms for unrateable public lands, including state forests and national parks. Or what I'm trying to get at is that if that all sits in the motion,
Then
we can't deal with that. So it needs to be, I thought that 1, 2 and 3 be, that we endorse the motion, that council establish a rating mechanism. 2, submit the motion to the LGSW for inclusion in the awards. And 3, let the mayor make any slight amendments to that. And the commentary within that forms part of the commentary that we put in.
If you like, that's fine.
I'll
We just need to get this done and get it into some lobbying and get that addendum attached somehow in the.
I understand that, councillor, but I'm also at your discretion here because it's your notice.
Yeah, the thing is, I was only following the local government New South Wales motion guideline book that said how they want motions submitted to the local council to endorse before the motion is then supported by a set of minutes and commentary into the portal.
So just to comment on your saying, you said to make the motion succinct.
Yeah, the motion's got to be, yeah.
So if the motion is 1, that council call on LGNSW to establish, call on the state government to establish a rating and compensatory mechanism for unrateable lands, including state forests and national parks. Is that 1? 2 would be submit the motion to the LG conclusion, and 3 would be the mayor make any minor amendments which will include that.
What's the motion then that's been submitted to the local government conference?
You'd have 3.
Yeah, see, that doesn't fit into their guidelines. Because we're moving a motion now to support the inside motion of a specific to be submitted. So we can actually, if it's around what's going to go in the minutes, we're moving a motion to for inclusion into the local government conference around compensatory mechanisms for rating and rateable.
Sorry, yeah, I'll take it.
But
So 1 is the motion, 2 is submitted to the LS.
yes,
just
and
that ticks
the
off.
motion is in that little box in the centre.
Yeah, and 3 is the mayor make minor
That's
adjustments.
That's right.
So in terms of, it sits within our appropriate status.
Yeah.
We're all good.
That wasn't well, when I very first sent it through, I had point 1 as 1 that councillor Tucker pointed out in my Word document. It was all perfectly aligned. And then as it's gone into the business paper, it has changed the structure of what I sent in. So 1 should have been 1 that council endorsed the following, and 2, which I don't care if there's a third point, is underneath the motion and the text that needs to be submitted into the portal.
Okay, so can we have a look at what's on the thing and ensure that you and councillor Tucker are happy with it, please?
Yep, that's fine.
Councillor Tucker?
Yeah, number 3 will just be the same wording as we had. Yes, I'm happy with that.
Can we go back to the top and have a look at that in a second? What's that say?
So you've got one,
So if you've got all of that in part one, that states and authorise the general manager and mayor to lodge it by the published deadline, then when we go back down to the bottom to the number 2, you could probably omit the number 2 as long as you put the submit in for the point 1. So the general manager and mayor to lodge it, well, it's already got lodgement and submission written in there, so point 2 can go. Just have your 3 as point 2. Sorry, Sharon, 3 becomes 2. Because everything else is covered in that number 1. Any minor edits, etc., etc. And
So the motion-
messed up, we blame the mayor.
one would be all that word including the motion. Have two, so that I'm sure you'll be.
The background is the comment.
The background needs to be part of a motion.
Well, the back, it needs 2 paragraphs.
It needs to be submitted to the local government New South Wales as part of the motion, but I don't think it needs to be this motion, in this motion, but that's okay.
No, it just should be like, there should just be 2 paragraphs that get put in the report, doesn't
I
it?
understand that.
Yeah.
Backgrounds are wrong.
Background doesn't
Yeah.
need to form part of our resolution.
Yeah, the background should be after 2, should be after 2,
Move
and after 3.
to 1.
Shove it wherever you want to shove it. Yes.
Yeah, and that'll be 3. The mayor's bit will be 3.
And just to say that in 1, you've already got the mayor and general manager make the changes, so you don't need a 3, so you're 1 and 2 with the background.
Okay, sorry, Sharon.
It's just that Sharon knows what it looks like at the back end.
I can't copy and paste it, it doesn't play. So I just gonna need to.
But just to confirm that 2 will be the same as 8 has previously with the other motion that you're looking to include.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Motion text. Underneath that, second good 2.
That's all right, Sharon knows what she put in there.
Into there.
Motion text will form your inclusion in your document. Each other.
Then we've got the maybe authorised, insert here.
Yeah, we're inserting you there.
Just for, probity again, Sharon's indicated that she can't copy and paste that in, but
Yes,
it's the
that's
same
fine.
section 8 in the previous resolution
Yeah,
that
right.
gives you
Okay. All in, I'll put the motion, all in favour? Carried unanimously, thanks. We go to 10.3 is landscaping Oberon Sports Complex, 31 O'Connell Road, Oberon. The motion is 1, engage Artscape to develop a landscape master plan with bullet 1, sustainable drought tolerant planning suited to our local environment. 2, gardens to enhance the visual appeal of the sports complex. 3, mixed tree canopy coverage for boundary fencing to create natural screening. Bullet 4, walkway connectivity. 2, with the master plan undertake stage 1 to complete the following key areas: plantings at the entrance, plantings around the sports buildings, trees on boundary fences, walkway development. Councillor Trembar.
in a second.
You have a seconder? Yes, Councillor. Graham, thank you.
So in point one, I've outlined what the master plan should include. And in point two, I'm just advocating for a staged approach and not spending all the money. I do know how much money there is available. I've checked that out with the corporate director. I just want to get some plantings underway. This is the once in a generational sporting complex for Oberon, and it is already drawing a lot of attention. As it stands, it looks like a pimple in a desert. We should focus on the landscape and take advantage of having parks and gardens that can attend to all in one location. I know we have a street beautification plan, but this requires resource to monitor and maintain the plantings, and we've had trees stolen, trees not maintained carefully as required in the early stages that results in wasted money, and that's through no one's fault. It's just what we have to contend with. I truly applaud the street beautification plan, but we do not have the resources available, as can be seen by the many social posts about existing infrastructure and parks and gardens that we see from time to time. But at a minimum, having a master plan assists with future grant opportunities to show that we are shovel ready. We do not have to implement all of the master plan. I'm just asking that we get one and then determine a staged approach. And that was the reason behind my motion.
Councillor Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it would be a shame if we just didn't get started on some landscaping around particularly around the building. At the moment, it's sort of muddy. Once summer comes, it'll be dusty. And having a plan of where to put the next stage would be a really good idea. And making sure the plants are appropriate for the situation.
Yes, Councillor.
Yes, I'd like to commend Councillor Trembeth on putting this forward and the thoughts behind it. I do agree, however, I do think it's a little bit early just for now. So I do have an amendment that I'd like to put forward. I sent through to Sharon earlier. If you have it handy.
It's a week from tree stopping.
Okay.
Got a second? Yep.
The only reason around this currently is I read it. I do think we do need to are going to have to do some landscaping down the track. But I just thought right now might be a little bit too soon. I'm also not happy with taking funds that have been reallocated from reallocation to reallocated to the tree landscape, the tree beautification. I think it's important that we continue finishing one project before we take funds and take it to another. So I thought until such time we get confirmed funding to do the hockey fields, finalise the tennis, do the others, have the report back from the general manager about the extra land that Councillor McCarthy had put through that land bit of land deal. And I do know that there's a couple of other things that are going to be coming forward in regards to other ventures within the community to go into that complex. I think going with a landscape master plan at this point in time may be a little bit too sudden. And I thought that the tree beautification took in a little bit of focus down that street anyway. So that could be giving us some beautification up until such point as we've got most of the infrastructure into the sports complex. Then we can get a report back say around June 2026, we'll have a better outlook and a better settling of what's going on. And then we can get the report and say, hey, you know, do we still want to go in this direction? So that's what I was putting this forward, just to defer it to now, not saying no, but just look at it a little bit later down the track.
Thank you, councillor Hay. Councillor Lambert.
Oh, look, all I want to add is you want to get all your assets in place first, you know, before you start adding landscaping, just normally how it's done.
So I've just asked the Director of Technical Services, currently to date, we've spent about 50% of our street beautification for 25, 26. In total, for our total budget for our street beautification, we've spent about 50%.
40,000. There's 41,000 remaining in that budget.
41,000 left. And I think that we're not so much losing the trees on the streetscapes, I think we're losing them in the common more at the moment, rather than them being pinched on the tree, on the street.
Almost definitely about losing.
Yeah, we're losing trees, but I think they're coming out of the common, not so much the ones we plant along the streets. Am I correct?
Yeah, sort of in our remote locations is where we seem to be aiming, yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right, any other discussion on the amendment? Thank you, councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I won't be supporting the amendment, and I won't be supporting the original motion either, even though they both have merit. If this amendment is unsuccessful, I have an alternative, which will simply be that we allocate a small amount of money from the TI fund street beautification just to do the master plan, just so we've got something sitting there ready for potential grant funding. But I would like as much as possible of the street funding allocation to go. We spent so much effort preparing our plan for the whole town. We're probably not going to get it completed anyway, but I would like to get as far as we can with it. So that's what I'll be putting forward if I get the chance.
Yes, councillor Connor.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I too, as councillor Tucker, I think such a major project, we can't leave unattended the landscaping of that, albeit it may be staged, albeit it might be over 4 or 5 years, albeit we're still pending another block that may come available. I think for a small amount of money to get a plan done, to give us some direction over the next few years, it's very important. So I'd support councillor Tucker's comments.
Any further discussion? Should the right of reply, councillor Hayden? Oh, sorry, councillor McCarthy, yes.
Outscape, is that the people from Grenfell?
Yes. Yep.
Well, I'd like to speak against using those for a start. I think there's the people that done the original concept drawing down at O'Connell. I think they're locals and they live up the Beaconsfield Road or Greyrackie Road. They've done a magnificent job down there and they're engaged by the community. I have a problem with the outscape that when we done the common, we knocked 70% of what she done. She wanted to close those small playgrounds down. She wanted to put the maintenance hut over in front of the drain, stupid things. But I was just wondering whether Councillor Trembath would withdraw this for just for a little while until the councillors went up there and had a look over the whole thing, in respect that when you come in from the O'Connell Road, we used to come in and turn Scotia Avenue. Now you're going to turn out of this complex. We have shrubs and trees there that are going to hinder your view. And I think we need to go up and address that. Plus, we've had a request for a BMX track, which has never been read, I think, until the sports meeting the other day. Are we going to put a bottom gateway in there for the kids to go when they walk from school, rather than walk right up the O'Connell Road and back down? These are the things I think the council should go up there with a bit of butcher's paper and just have a barnstorm and things. So I see what we're trying to get at, but I think it's just a bit premature.
Anyone else? Councillor Hayden?
Right of reply. Thank you, councillor McCarthy, for your discussion points then. What's in front of everyone is my amendment, which is to defer this until mid next year. That's basically what is in front of us and we are meant to be talking to. But I think it's just a little bit early. I think we need to that little bit more time to finish doing what we're doing and all that to say.
Thank you. I put the amendment. All in favour? Councillor McCarthy, Hayden and Leveris against, the remainder of councillors. All right, so we go back to the original motion put up by councillor Trevor. Just before you, yes, I know you're for sure. I'd like to ask a couple of questions if I could, councillor Trevor. Noting that Spackman Mossop did the original tree beautification project. One of the things we asked for in that is noting the climate in Oberon. We actually wanted to beautify the town by being able to use those species of trees that would actually enhance it. My concern is the word sustainable drought tolerant plantation may not be exactly what we want because of the climate here in Oberon. That's what we had large discussions about when we did that street plan. We want to actually put the trees in that will enhance our town. And also we have the environment to do that, similar to Orange. And we used Orange as the example very much to say, look what they've been able to do with their judicious tree plantings and the types of trees. Also, it concerns me because of the problems with that this may be taken to mean just plant gums, which we know in playgrounds and something have a problem with branches falling off. And I know we've got gums down one side of our corner, but that's very localized down there, you know. Side, even if this goes up, I would ask that we reconsider those words.
No, I'd be happy to reconsider the words. The reason I put in is that at O'Connell, we lost a lot of trees and a lot of the plantings along the Belvoir fence, and it was drought.
Yeah.
And watering.
Yeah.
So that's probably, but I have no issue if those words were changed and be a little bit more specific.
Yeah, suitable plan. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we are. I mean, I realise that, yes, but you'll appreciate what grows here won't grow at O'Connell.
Yeah, that's right. So
higher altitude, higher rainfall, quite a considerably higher rainfall.
Yeah,
So
I'm happy to have those words changed.
yeah, that's why I realised that might be suited to O'Connell, but I think we need to be a bit more flexible here. Yeah, so the other question is, again, as Councillor McCarthy raised on the previous issue, is whether it's Artscape or the one who did O'Connell or whether it's Spackman.
And again, I can respond to, yes, the community group did pay $2,000 to get that plan done, which almost looked pretty much identical to what Artscape produced, but that was a requirement of the grant that we had. I remember having the discussion with the general manager saying, well, we've already got a plan. Why do we have to do this? So we actually had to engage a landscape architect. So perhaps this is not quite the same thing. And the young couple that did it are architects. She's a heritage architect as well. It would be just a case of asking them to do exactly what you said, come up, have a look around, which is exactly what they did at O'Connell. They just walked around. And because they lived there, they had a pretty good sense of the community and what it was going to be used for. So again, that could be taken out. I just put outscaping because we've used them twice.
Well, can we say an appropriate landscape architect?
Yeah.
And then if we could go out and get some requests for tender or requests for quote, probably we may have to with the price, but anyway.
I have to make a comment on that, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor McCarthy and I'm agreeing that we get a quote from the two people, but we give consideration to the local people, yeah.
That's our policy, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Local, ratepayers.
Councillor Hayden?
Yeah, I almost forgot what I was going to say because it scared me.
Not that bad.
No, well, it's, yes, I still have a few concerns. And I don't want to, take any funding out of our street tree beautification. I think we need to leave that money there to focus on that money. And I just question, whether the fact of we're going a bit too soon doing a master plan, because the master plan would change significantly should we get other land, or in the discussion of a pump track, and extra fields. I just find it, if it's something to just cover some landscaping or focus our tree beautification, to do some beautification along that area, I just think it's way too early to try and do a master plan. And what I was going to ask and add, when the scoping, like when the plans were first done for this site, I remember and recall, I tried to look for them and I couldn't find stuff because I've been so zonked out doing all these other things on here. But there was a plan in the beginning that actually listed where this would be here, the walkway would be here, and that would be there. That's basically a master plan without being a master plan. It's not a landscaping, but it's giving a generalised idea where everything's going to go and what's going to be there at a point. But
I think it was a concept plan.
Yeah, the concept plan, that's right. But then that's changed a little bit as well, hasn't it? So, yeah.
The chair hasn't changed a great deal because the infrastructure just simply was reversed. So the areas are being taken up by the same pieces of infrastructure.
Like your netball was switched.
Yeah, it was just switched.
So to do the landscape master plan, so I just find, I'm just concerned how it's going to fit in without everything being done, that was all.
You had Councillor Tucker, I think you foreshadowed.
Yes, I have an amendment. Sorry, I haven't given it to you, but it is fairly short. I only just wrote it this afternoon.
Wait till I get the screen and then I'll be able to type it out.
Sorry. You ready? That's $3,000 from the PI fund.
Sorry, how much?
3,000. Yeah, from the PI fund street beautification allocation. Be utilised to develop a landscape master plan for the Oberon Sports Complex. Full stop.
$3, yep.
Yep.
Yep. $3.
Should I get that account for actually going back? Yeah.
Let's just support it be done.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor McCarthy, thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. I deliberately didn't mention who should be engaged. I think that's up to staff. Deliberately didn't mention types of trees. I think that'll be up to whoever gets the job. I definitely didn't want to have any start on doing any actual plantings. As I said, I would like to keep the balance of the money to get as far as we can with the street trees that we spent so much time and effort and money in developing that master plan. But I just thought that if we can get a master plan done, at least we've got something there that if grant opportunities come up, we can apply for them. I think we're more likely to get grant opportunities up there than we are for general street tree planting. And that was my thinking, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McCann.
I would support the thing, but I just need a clarification. Managers just said a while ago, it was just a concept plan. One thing that's been added, and if we got it funded, was the shed, amenity shed. Is it going ahead?
I think we should
the lawnmowers and things like that.
So yes.
Yes.
Yep.
And what about the external fencing?
Yes.
So it's going.
Yes.
And that's why I think I support Ian's, councillor Tucker's thing in respect that once we get the fence up, you'll know the distances. You want your trees off your thing for your big mower to go around and things like that. So at the moment, just $3,000 up and I think the council should have a, barnstorm and meeting what you want to achieve, to myself. Anyway, thank you.
So I'm assuming, councillor Tucker and councillor McCarthy, you're assuming that this, whoever's engaged would take cognizance of the previously undertaken Spackman Mossop plan and the concept plan for this sports complex.
I am assuming
so that they can reduce costs by doing that rather than reinventing the wheel.
And I was also assuming that we would have a session with councillors, exactly as councillor McCarthy said, so it can take account of if there's any ideas come out of that for BMX tracks or whatever.
Yeah. All right, any further stuff, councillor Tremont?
I don't have a problem with just getting the master plan done. I'd love to see some work being done on it. My question is, there's $41,000 left, which needs to be spent by June. So when we get to February, March, and you haven't done anything, is there an opportunity to allocate then to, we have to do something. And that's my thinking is that, yeah, to exactly what Councillor McCarthy had a brainstorm, I suppose, a bit like the common. That was probably worked up from the very beginning. We get this engaged someone to develop it and we'll stop the technical director from spending any of that money on trees on the streets. No. So I don't have a problem with what you put forward if that's an alternative. But I do note that we talk about other infrastructure. We are surely not going to get the funding for the hockey field. Put several grant applications in for. I hope that we do. And any other new things like a BMX bike, we can tell by now that the New South Wales government is not giving any money to anyone in any particular regions, and we're seeing this very small. So our hopes of acquiring funding for, I know the children would like it, and that's a great thing to have, but whether we get the money, question.
Any other discussion? Right, reply.
Councillor McCarthy did have a second.
I've already had one go, so.
Everyone's had three.
All right, well, I'll just highlight the BMX track.
Pump track.
The first BMX track was down the common. It was done by the local policeman. We didn't get contractors in. The next one was done up on the railway station. It was done by local contractors. They volunteered their time. So there's people out there that will do a few things for the community. You don't always have to get grants.
Okay. It's a question of relevance. Okay, councillor Taylor.
No, I've got no need to reply.
Okay. We put the amendment. All in favour? Carried unanimously. The amendment becomes the motion. All in favour of the motion? Everyone carried unanimously again. Councillor McCarthy, was that you again?
Yes, I was there. I'll get rid of this TV screen. No, I can't yet.
11 councils and delegates report nil. 12 committee reports. 12.1 is the local emergency management committee meeting, the 12th of May 2025. The recommendation is council receive and note the minutes of the local emergency management committee meeting held on 12th of May 2025. Motion, please. Councillor Hayden, seconder. Thank you, councillor McCarthy. Councillor Hayden.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to move the motion as recommendation as it is. May, how often are these ones done? Every month or?
3 months.
Every three, okay, cool. No, I just wondered why.
Councillor McCarthy.
No, it's pretty straightforward.
Any other comments? I put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. We go to item 13.1. Oberon Local Strategic Planning Statement 2025. Recommendation is recommendation is that 1, council adopt the Oberon Local Strategic Planning Statement 2025. 2, council receive and note the submissions contained in the Oberon LSPS Review of Submissions Report. 3, council forward a copy of the adopted Oberon Local Strategic Planning Statement 2025 to the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. 4, a division be called in accordance with section 375A of the Local Government Act 1993. A motion, please. Councillor Hayden, seconder, please. Councillor Lee, is that your putting your hand up or is it just on your head? Yes, thank you. Right. You seconded it. Councillor Hayden. I seconded it.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to, support the recommendation as it sits. There were a couple of little nitpicky things through it, in regards to, they left out Hazel Grove again, specifically said, please put Hazel Grove in there. It's a growing area. I wanted it listed, but I'm sure staff can just take that on board. Thank you, and I don't have anything further to say.
Councillor Lee.
I agree with councillor Hayden.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion? Councillor Twitter.
Just one quick question for the director, if I may. Now that this land use study is complete, I'm wondering what the likely timing is to then review our LEP and DCP.
And through the chair, we're proposing to look at the employment, housing and landscaping strategies first. Once those strategies are completed and council endorses those, then we would move on to any LEP amendments after that and follow the DCP review.
And would we do all that in-house or will we need another consultant?
Through the chair, the LEP, depending on the size of the LEP review and any amendments, will determine whether we can have the capacity to do that in-house or we need it to go externally.
Can I just to confirm that those strategies are being prepared as part of this work that we're already doing, and we've already endorsed, and that will be a comprehensive that will into our LEP review. So it has been. It's not. We don't need a new consultant to do that because that forms part of it. The other thing is that we're the first council in New South Wales to review their local strategic planning processes. They're usually a 7-year document, and we've got on the front foot by trying to reinvent or renew our LEP processes.
And would we expect those other documents to be reviewed and completed this financial year?
I think through the chair, that's the anticipation, yeah.
And going through the chair, we'll be providing an update to council and perhaps a presentation to council with our consultant in the next month or two to provide an update of where and the timing where it's up to.
Thank you.
Any further? Sorry. I put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. You go to 13.2. O'Connell Road Shared Pathway Project Update and Funding Options. The recommendation is that Council, 1, Right to Transport for New South Wales seek an immediate update on the status and future commitment to the Fish River Pedestrian Bridge Project, noting this is critical for the O'Connell Road Shared Pathway. 2, note the project challenges and potential options for progressing the O'Connell Road Shared Pathway and provide feedback to staff to inform the response to Transport for New South Wales by the required deadline. Motion, please.
I have an alternate.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, alternate's a bit late because I've already read the motion.
Amendment.
Can I have a mover, please?
I'll move it.
Who was that?
Okay, I'll move it.
Right, second. Councillor Hayden, right. You want to speak to it?
No, it's pretty straightforward, but I'd like someone to do the maths on the amount of concrete and money. I don't think it matches.
Campaign.
Happy to second. Only thing is I don't really support having a footpath without a bridge or a bridge without a footpath, and I'll hand it over to
Councillor Tremblay. You want to propose an amendment?
One, council, that 1, Right to Transport for New South Wales seeking an immediate update on the status and future commitment of the Fish River Pedestrian Bridge Project, noting this is critical to the O'Connell Road Shared Pathway, and I agree, we don't need a pathway to nowhere. 2, seek an urgent meeting with the Honourable Paul Toole, Mr Alistair Lunn, Transport for New South Wales and the Grant Authority to request that the grant money be authorised for active transport plans within the LGA if the pedestrian bridge project is cancelled. 3, bring a report back to council for further decision and direction.
Have a second?
We need to engage our local member, Mr Paul Toole, MP, Alistair Lunn from Transport for New South Wales and the Grant Authority to get this money reallocated. They all proudly posed with the local school children and announced this project, and we should not be penalised because the goalposts have been moved. We applied for the grant on the basis of their announcement, and there was 3 announcements. And some of those children are now finished school and have already spent money and staff resource on this, and it's not an insignificant amount that we've actually spent. The principal of the school has lobbied for years to have the pedestrian access, and she's not been told of this change, and I think it's a minimum in courtesy that she be updated and included in each. The children that features as props are now at high school or finished school. And the pathway and connectivity to the rec ground is very important as it is a designated community assembly area for the school. They don't have anywhere else. Parents are not able to drive to the school in the event of fire disaster due to the location of the school and limited road access. Pedestrian pathway across the bridge and pathway is of great importance to enable the school community to be safely evacuated to the rec ground. And the media events they started with October 28, 2022, new bridge to improve safety at O'Connell. And November 28, 24, barge on the river is planning for O'Connell Road pedestrian bridge takes the next step. December 20, stepping ahead with O'Connell footbridge. I don't have a problem when they confirm to us that that pedestrian walkway is not going to be done. I have a problem that we would have to give back $328,000 when we could actually use it in active transport within the LGA. There are many areas that we could use it here in Oberon, in O'Connell, maybe there's other little things that we could do. And I think that Mr. Toole and Mr. Lunn need to come in and answer to us why we actually applied for grant funding like that. And now we look to the community, everyone talks about this pathway to nowhere, and it's no fault of ours. It's Transport for New South Wales just keep changing their mind. Or they, again, there's no money. So that's mine.
After your second has spoken, I will give you an update. Email I received today.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Both the number 1 and number 2 are probably both reasonably long shots. I suspect they may come to nothing. I suspect, or certainly with the deadline so short anyway. So I suspect that we are unlikely to get a positive answer from Transport for New South Wales about going ahead with the bridge within that time or even within the foreseeable future. And based on what was in the report, I suspect it's unlikely that we're going to get approval to move the money to other projects as well. You may have an update that changes that, but even if both of those things fall through and they say, well, the deadline's passed, we're taking the money away from you, well, so be it. Because as others have said, I don't see much point in having half a path going to nowhere. And with the costs having gone up, I can't see where we're going to find another $184,000 and possibly more than that by the time we build it. And again, that would still only take us to the river without a bridge. I think both these things are worth a try. I'm not too hopeful they're going to be successful. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll update councillors on an email I received, who is my contact at Transport for New South Wales, where I chair the Transport for New South Wales JO subcommittee. After that, Andrew, thank you for your email and questions. I reached out to our community partnering and transport technical teams. You can share the below update. Oberon GNA project. A lot of this we know already and was included in my questions, but I'll read it as it is. Council was successful in gaining funding to install a pedestrian footpath along O'Connell Road to the Fish River from Beaconsfield Road under GNA. DNA projects as a whole due to issues that have surfaced in the design phase. These issues will need to be rectified, which will cause the cost of the project to exceed the GNA funding amount. Bullet 3, a meeting was held at the end of July 2025 with the representatives of council, the program team and local government team to discuss the state of the project, the options council has to move forward, including descoping the project to just the design phase. Bullet 4, the program team sent an email after the meeting outlining council's options, and that wasn't attached to this email. Fish River Bridge. Transport received 500,000 funding from active transport towards the development design of the Fish River Bridge. The project is currently at basic concept design stage, including all survey and geotech. Concept design estimates identified cost to complete both development design and construction phases. We are currently seeking the additional funding required to complete development design through active transport financial year 2026. Until we are successful in gaining additional funding, the project is on hold. Transport has been actively pursuing other available avenues for funding, including towards Zero Safer Roads program round 2, without success to date. We can confirm that the project has not been cancelled and that we are actively seeking funding to complete development design of this important project. Regards, Holly Davies. So that's what we've been told by Transport for New South Wales.
Then it's just hanging out there forever, and I don't think we should spend any more money doing anything. You know, I know how much we've spent already in time, staff resource, and actual planning of this. Like, we can condone spending any more. I only want a very serious meeting. Paul Toole asked the question just recently in Parliament about it. I just think that we need to pursue it with him to see if we can get that funding reallocated into the LGA, because it is still active transport.
So we should. He's moved up.
Believe it or not,
Vision for both of them.
Put and more. Yes, Councillor Hayden.
You didn't have a right of reply, did you?
What?
No, it's nothing. It was just a clarification. Yeah, I support what councillor Trembeth and councillor Tucker are trying to do through here. I think it's important to try and reallocate that money rather than having to give it back. So yeah, so let's go hard on that one.
I've got a question for General Manager. We have a date, which is the 19th. What date is it? 25th of August. So if we don't make a decision on one of the three options put to us by the 29th of August, then what happens? We lose the money?
Don't answer the phone.
Through the chair, they would be reconsidering it, I would suspect, yes.
My concern is we're not having we will not have a meeting before the 29th of August. We've got three things here that may bring something out or may not. We may still be sitting in limbo at the 29th of August. My question is, we need probably to make a decision at this meeting that will take effect if one or two and three has not been able to occur by the 29th of August.
But we wouldn't be able to make that decision without it being proved to relate.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If as a result of 1, 2, and 3, we get to the 29th of August, we have to make a decision. Do we spend the money?
Just a clarification.
So through the chair, the 29th of August, excuse me, date has been provided to us by the active transport team, which is the team of workers navigate this grant. So I would imagine there's the deed supersedes that, and if council are actively pursuing this form of approach, that would be, from my understanding, would be a reasonable response to them as to what council's action is. I think that date has been provided to us to give them an update as to what we're doing. So I don't think council should rush to that. That has come from the active who are managing the grant. But if you're doing this, I think that would be sufficient.
Oh, but what does the deed say? Does the deed have to say we have to have done something by a certain date?
Yeah.
Have a preferred course of action.
Yeah.
So could we discuss this at our works meeting, at the extraordinary meeting?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I don't think we need to decide on that tonight. As I said when I was speaking before, if we get to that date, and if they say, well, we've got to the date and you haven't decided, so we're taking the money away, well, so be it, we've lost the money, because my fallback position was if we had to make a decision tonight, I would be saying that we withdraw from the project anyway. That was my first draft of a motion for tonight. And
how much money have we put
just
into it?
because I can't see any way that we can fund the whole thing. So if they take it away from us, it's probably the same as what I would have been advocating for anyway.
I don't like giving money back.
Oh, nobody does. I don't like it either, but I also don't like having to find another $184,000
that we spent over next year.
Through the chair, we're not proposing to do that either through this process.
I know.
So my argument is if you build half a footpath and you've spent the money, so be it, rather than give it back.
Well, that's the idea of part two, just trying to get their agreement that we spend it on sort of comparable projects, active transport projects within the LGA that we can complete within the money, not half complete.
I've got no confidence we'll get a decision out of Transport for New South Wales whether we can do that. They may actually deny it. Director of Corporate Service.
Just through the chair, the other component I'd say with this is as Transport for New South Wales are actively trying to secure this project in future rounds of grant funding, that would be another area to really push from council is the ability to secure this in future rounds or seek, if Transport for New South Wales are seeking additional funding, which they, are indicating they still are, to actually put this project in that pitch with them because they are more in a better position to unlock additional funding to get this done than potentially we are. So, that would be what a discussion might want to be.
Absolutely. My only concern is that that's then deviating Transport for New South Wales to get additional funding to complete the pedestrian footpath. We really want them to get the funding to put the bridge in.
But through the chair, I think this project also is critical in them getting funding for their bridge because it is linking as well. So they do complement each other.
So that's my, as I said, that's my other concern. If we don't commit to this, then there's no pressure on them to get the bridge done.
McCarthy.
Yes, Councillor McCarthy.
I was just wondering whether Councillor Trenbath and Tucker would change number 3 and seek a reallocation of money into the O'Connell Rec Ground for the walking paths there that should.
I don't think we need $328,000.
Okay.
That's $328,000 is more than what we would need for the rec ground.
But that would come into number 2 anyway.
There's a few other areas.
I would prefer the money be spread across the LGA if we can't use it.
There's Black Springs, there's footpath at Burriga, there's extended footpath here, extended footpath out the road.
They
That's
all meet,
active.
they all meet the active transport.
I'm still concerned that there's no decision made and yet it falls for handing this money. Councillor, yes.
Just left field on what he totally, I agree with you that we need to spend the money. And I agree with you, and I think that you said that we need to spend money on this project. And I know it's unorthodox. I would build a path to it may only go halfway.
Yeah.
I would do it because we've done the right thing.
Yes.
And that's then putting pressure on them to complete their end of the bargain.
I wonder why this is between.
Now, that's unorthodox, but that's what I would do, so.
And we're still in negotiations about things like the width of the path, etc., which seem to be, the Transport for New South Wales seem to be placing impediments and asking for an unreasonable width on a path and a shared path with noting the amount of traffic that would be on it.
Yeah.
And in most cases, it'll be one way to school and one way back from school. It's not as though there's going to be a lot of passing on it. So I'm amused as to why they want a 2.4 metre width path.
for a bike and a walker.
So through the chair, that's their definition of a shared pathway. My copy is simply here, the path to nowhere.
Yes.
Regardless if we can get it to the Fish River or we get it halfway along, if there's no bridge, it's a path to nowhere
It would
regardless.
be a laughing stock. It's already a joke. It's talked about all the time, this path to nowhere. Now we're gonna have a half a path, God knows where. We're just gonna throw good money after bad. We've already spent $22,000. And we've been forced to make a decision when they won't make a decision. I think that we should really try hard with that, what I've put up, to at least get a meeting and get our local in and have an extraordinary meeting if we have to before the 29th of August to say, what are we gonna do?
Just through the chair, the 29th of August is us going back to them with a way forward. It is not a we're gonna pull the money.
It's not a drop dead date.
The deed dictates when the money needs to be spent, and that would be the default option that council would have. So there is some time
I
to
think we
do
should
this.
do our best to see if we can get the money reallocated.
And we'll bring a report back when we have that. If it
Good topic for works.
Councillor Lee?
Question for the chair. Have we got quotes on the bridge? Have we-
Well, it's not our project. It's
Not
the
our
Transport for
project.
New South Wales project.
Okay.
There's a local man in Carvel Road I can ask, he does bridges.
Right, right. I knock them down, I don't have to kill them.
He builds.
Okay. Councillor Lee, you might like to put a quote into Transport for New South Wales, one of the ones you've knocked down.
That's all sold out.
Anyone else? Councillor McCarthy?
Yeah, I'm against this being part of the path in respect that you know as well as I know, it's in the flood zone. And it's quite often concrete gets whipped around and we would have more than egg on your face. Thank you.
All right, right of reply.
I know it's more than I should, but the principal of the school, she took the children to Sydney and they were walking around the harbour and I think she was laying on her back looking at this particular walkway that's been built there. We thought it was quite funny. She's not taking in the views. And it's sort of raised and it's like a plastic. I was going to show you some pictures of it just to see if that's something possibly that we could look at. So you get all the drainage, it's not cement. It's a certain width. They've obviously already approved it. I don't know what the cost would be, but I was going to forward those photographs as an observer.
Through the chair, they use them generally in like areas of.
Protecting the.
Oh, yeah.
So can we get through the chair, sorry, can we get a quote, even though it's transport news, can we get a quote for the bridge? Someone.
That's stupid. We've had a right of reply. I put the motion, all in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Can't do it. In my way, you could.
Motion.
On the amendment. So the amendment's now become the motion. I put the amendment as the motion. All in favour? Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Lee.
It's a vote.
13 months, isn't it?
Yeah, true.
Right.
13-3.
Yeah, 13.3, which is. Sorry. Oberon Fitness and Leisure Centre Policy 3604. The recommendation is that Council 1, place the Oberon Fitness and Leisure Centre Policy 3604 in public exhibition for 28 days and invite submissions during that period. 2, adopt the policy as presented if no submissions are received in the exhibition period. 3, delegate authority to the General Manager to make minor amendments if required. Have a motion, please. Councillor Hayden. Second it, please. Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I'd like to thank, Planning and Director Development, Planning and Development Director, for putting this policy together. It's been a bit of a long wait. I did send an email through and I hope that that can be considered going down the track because throughout the policy, when I was looking at it, there were just a few things that were missing with your 14 to 16-year-olds after hours with a parent or guardian and 16 to 18-year-olds in most areas are permitted with the cosign, but they don't really need that guardian. So, they were just a couple of issues, and there were a couple of issues around the typos that I've sent through, which I'm sure that they'll be corrected.
Forward and 3. Anyone else? Second was councillor McCarthy.
Pretty straightforward. Thank you.
Councillor Tucker.
Amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
No, I'm joking.
Councillor Tucker is our new comedian.
Right, I'll put the motion. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We move to 13.5. 13.4 has been dealt with. Public interest disclosure policy 1207. Recommendation is that Council 1 place the updated policy interest disclosure policy 1207, formerly known as internal reporting policy,
13.4.
on public exhibition. 28 days, invite submissions from the public during that period. 2, adopt the policy as presented if no submissions are received within the exhibition period. 3, delegate authority to the general manager to make minor amendments if required. For a motion, please. Councillor Hayden, Councillor Everest. We're on 13.5.
I'm trying to find the page, but like, just as it is, just regarding the disclosures. Yeah.
No, it's not there.
Any, right. Anyone else?
Found it.
No, I put the motion as per the recommendation. 13.5. All in favour? Carried unanimously. 13.6, policy 112, model code of conduct. Recommendation is that Council 1 adopt the model code of conduct policy 1102 and procedures for the administration of the model code of conduct as presented, noting there have been no changes proposed. 2, upon legislation of the new model code of conduct, Council review and resubmit a revised policy. I think it should say in 2, upon legislation for a new model code of conduct. Is that it?
On legislation changes to the new,
Upon legislation being enacted.
maybe.
Right. Subject to that change, do I have a motion, please? Councillor Hayden, seconder. Councillor Graham, thank you. Councillor Hayden.
I'm being careful with this because I don't want to miss this other thing. Yes, I'm happy with that. It's the model code of meeting practice that has the time changes in it, so I'm just making sure I'm not.
I'll repeat upon, for Sharon, I'll just repeat, upon legislation being enacted for a new model code of conduct, Council review and resubmit a revised policy. That's how it should be. Okay, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, as a recommendation.
With my slight change.
Yes, with the change.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Since induction, we've been waiting for the Office of Local Government to issue this new code of conduct. I just want to ask a question. If any of our councillors want to make amendments after we do this, is that an easy process?
So through the chair, this is pretty much a procedural thing because the changes to the model code haven't been have come out. Council must make a decision on their code of conduct and their code of meeting practice within 12 months. And we previously deferred it awaiting this and we haven't got it. So this is just a procedural thing. So we're going to bring one back where all these things will be considered.
So following that, we can then
make changes.
And the appropriate time is we think the legislation
that's what
is coming at some stage.
if it's not coming for a year or two, we could examine.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
But the time to do it, if you have them, is to probably do it when we do get the legislation, which we're hoping won't be too long. As it's been going on for so long already. All right, any other discussion? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. 13.7, policy 1101, model code of meeting practice. The recommendation is that Council 1 place the draft policy 1101, code of meeting practice of public exhibition from Wednesday the 20th of August 2025 to Tuesday the 30th of September 2025, and submission be invited to Council during that period. 2, if no submissions are received in the exhibition period, the policy is to be adopted as presented. 3, delegate to the General Manager to amend any minor changes proposed. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Hayden, seconding. Councillor Trembath, you seconding, you've put your papers in there, that'll do. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Hayden.
My motion is per the recommendation, but when we're looking at this under the recommendation, in summary part 3, timing of ordinary council meetings and the opinion of staff to have them at 2 p.m, we did not set a time frame that we will be having our meetings at 2 p.m. So we can't accept it as it is being presented to us like this, because that would then mean that our meetings are going to be on at 2 p.m. as per timing of council meetings under part 3.
So through the chair, this is exactly the same report as we put up in December, where council resolved to defer it because of the impending changes to the legislative
But
meeting
we're not
practice.
deferring this currently.
Well, what staff have put up is the same report as they put up after we had that consideration. We had a workshop about this when councils were on board.
Yeah.
Through that, there was a number of concessions made within that. So we put the same report up. This is a staff recommendation. Council will make the decision on when they meet.
Right. So currently we're looking at that draft. That's fine. And I gather that, but I don't support 2 o'clock, and I'll do that when the policy's on exhibition, as I'll get told. It's
Well, through the chair,
Just to go through.
it's,
Committee of the whole are debated.
that's an option.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or council can defer it till this is similar to what you did with the model code of conduct.
Yeah. It's just when we had that meeting, we worked out that the earliest that any of us was going to do was 4:30, 5 o'clock. We weren't going to go with any of that 2 o'clock stuff.
That's not, there was a whole range of opinions, councillor. But we put it there as that's the report. We haven't changed the report. The only thing we put into it is, in the meantime, what we have done is a community survey. And that community survey has highlighted a number of things about council meetings that the community have indicated to us. So I think there's an amendment.
Amendment, councillor Taylor?
Oh, seconded to speak.
I'm not, would have loved that seconded it.
Yep.
I think I'd be looking forward to that amendment.
Yeah. Well, I was wondering about going into committee of the whole, or I was wondering about treating it the same as the code of practice and deferring it until we get the amendment. But I'll see what happens when I put an amendment up under part 1. So it would be the same up until 30th of September 2025. And then it would say incorporating the following changes. And there'll be an A and a B in the changes. Part A would be prayer to be conducted immediately prior to the commencement of the meeting, rather than during the meeting. And B is retaining the commencement time for ordinary meetings at 5:30 p.m. Now we can debate each one individually if
Wouldn't
we
we
want
do
to.
that when the policy goes on exhibition and comes back?
And we can have another go then, and we can have another go when the new model goes.
I should just throw in.
Do you have a seconder?
Acknowledgement.
Not yet.
Anything else?
Second, councillor McCarthy.
Discussion?
Well,
Do you want to speak to it anymore?
I will briefly. There's not a lot more to say. The reason for keeping the 5:30 p.m. I know we've had that discussion any number of times, and I recognise the impact on staff. I recognise the impact on ourselves when meetings go late, but I also feel that we need to recognise those councillors are occupied, working or otherwise occupied during the day, making it hard to get to too many daytime meetings, and particularly for members of the public who either want to watch online or particularly if they want to come in and speak. It does make it hard for them if it's during the day. Part A, moving the prayer. I've spoken about this before. I just don't think it is reasonable to force everybody to participate in a religious observance that they don't subscribe to. So the idea is we have it just before the commencement of the meeting. No one who does want to participate is missing out. Those who don't can just wait out in the foyer. So they were my 2 suggested amendments.
Councillor McCarthy.
Yeah, I'm support of Councillor Tucker said. I'm a bit I don't know how we're gonna handle the prayer. It's a one. I feel that if you've got a religious thing, you could, actually excuse yourself or have leave of absence for that few minutes, but I endorse the other part in respect that the time chosen from 5:30 gives the other people that work for a living to come along to council without losing any time. And as we seen with the lady that come from Mutton Falls Road with her husband the other night, it gives them a chance to come along and they don't lose any time. It's been going on for a long time. It happens with other councils. They have that meeting. Yeah, so I'd just like to stick to the 5:30 until we get this decision from the state government.
Councillor Cobb.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and thanks, Councillor McCarthy. This is a very important policy. I think we could spend hours here tonight. And in such a policy, we need to have it structured, and so that we can get the appropriate, we can then come together and make the correct decision. And I think for that to happen, we really have to go back to the same as the model code of conduct. Good on exhibition. Get responses, get a structure to it. Because there's such a range of, such a range of opinions, people that we have to consider, staff that we have to consider. It's not an easy task.
So are you foreshadowing an amendment? Well, we've got an amendment.
Yes, he's foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing.
The shadowing amendment that we go back to the same.
Foreshadow the original.
But no, I think you're not talking, you're talking about we're putting, so you're foreshadowing, back to something like in 13.6, aren't you?
Yeah, so endorse the code as it currently is,
Yeah.
and await the outcome of the minister.
That's what you're foreshadowing, isn't it? Yeah. What, similar to wording in 13.6, just to be clear. Yes, councillor.
Comment through the chair. I'd just like to comment on the prayer. I think one of the things that I was very impressed with in the first meeting, we had a prayer. So we've got the king there, he's head of the Anglican Church. The country was founded on Christians. So I think that overall, for 5-minute little prayer to bring everyone together, I think that would be, it's not a bad thing. And I've been to Muslim countries, I've been countries all over the world, and they embrace our religion and they respect our religion. So I think we should just 5-minute little prayer to, the way the world is. I don't think it's going to hurt anybody.
Yes, you're speaking against the amendment.
I'm speaking against the amendment. Yes.
Councillor Hayne.
I'm speaking against the amendment because I was told quite succinctly by many members in this community, they have made the statement, they don't care if we're not religious or if we are religious, but they want to see the prayer before our council meetings. They want us to stand up and show respect because it's their belief system and they're praying for us. We don't have to be believers, but that is why they want the prayer done. And they have stated that if people don't want to be there for the prayer, then they're not being respectful to their wishes. That's all I have to say on it. I don't care whether it's there or not, but I'd like to add another little extra part in there. But, it's all good.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, is there any way in the conduct of the meetings that we can exclude those ones that don't want to participate in the prayer? So that we.
Well, I think that's.
Hey?
They're not late.
Not really, on the basis that, as Councillor Tucker said, the prayer forms part of the meeting agenda at the moment. So it's assumed that if you're an attendee at the meeting, you will be there for the prayer.
Can I, through the chair, council's previously resolved to include the mayor, include the prayer. So this will be a change to what you'd otherwise endorse previously.
And that's how Councillor Tucker put his clause. He says all changes except these two. Right of reply, Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Bearing in mind that this is just what would go in the policy to go on public exhibition. So at the end of that period, after the end of September, we can have another discussion about it. Maybe we can have a more detailed discussion about it prior to that or afterwards. And then we'll get a third go if and when the state government comes up with a new model code of meeting practice.
I think the correct word is if and when.
Yeah. And yeah, just referring to the prayer, I'm not proposing that we eliminate the prayer, simply move it by 5 minutes to make it easier for those who don't want to participate rather than making a big do about leaving the room.
All right. Put the amendment as on the screen. All in favour? Right, the amendment's been lost. We go back to the motion, but I know there's been an amendment foreshadowed.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I'm torn. You might need to give me some guidance. I'm just saying that we need to have a more structured approach, and whether that's under 1101 or the one previously, as long as it's structured.
So can I just,
Yes.
just to give some procedure around that? I believe that the recommendation from councillor O'Connor would be that council, one, adopt the code of meeting practice 1101 and
11,
they don't need the
1101.
they don't need the procedures. As presented, noting there have been no proposed changes. And two, upon legislation being enacted for the new model code of meeting practice, council review and resubmit a revised policy. From a procedural perspective, that will mean that you have complied with the requirements of your obligation, meaning that within 12 months you review your model code and your conduct and your model code of meeting practice. And when the changes come about, we can have the conversation.
So as presented means as it currently.
But
As
not
it
with
is.
the two in there.
No, it's been defeated.
Yeah.
Councillor? So it'd just be as is until the amendments come.
Continue as we are.
Yep, exactly as is.
Seconder? You have a seconder?
Yes.
Yes, councillor Graham. Right. I don't think you need to talk to it anymore, do you, councillor Connor? Councillor Graham?
I don't need to.
So if we just put that up, adopt the policy 1101, code of meeting practice as presented, noting there are no changes or not changes. Upon legislation of the new model code of meeting practice, council review and resubmit. Yep. So we have 1 and 2.
Continue as we are.
All right. All in favour of
Hang
the,
on, just as this thing, just,
what?
we just changed it to.
As existing, as per the current, yeah, because I think it was presented differently.
Yeah, what?
As per the current policy. No. Right. That's why I was trying to, yeah, because I thought the presented one was with the change. Right. Okay. All in favour? Carried unanimously. The amendment now becomes the motion. All in favour of the motion? Thank you. Passed unanimously.
It doesn't have to go on public exhibition.
No.
Very good.
We go to 13.8 O'Connell Avenue 3's 100-year celebration. Recommendation is the council support the request made by the community guardians, the O'Connell Anzac Memorial Avenue of Trees Group through in-kind staff support. Be provided with updates as the development of plans progress. Consider an allocation from the O'Connell 2025-26 Village Fund to assist in the event. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Trembath, second, Councillor McCarthy. Thank you. Councillor Trembath.
I think it's very straightforward. They are getting plans underway for the 15th of March 2026. And really, all they require from council is assistance with road closures and whatever. They're not asking for any money. And possibly the village fund, that would have to go to the O'Connell Valley Community Group to make that decision as to whether those funds should be allocated. But that's not something to worry about here. But yeah, they're just welcoming the support of council as they go along and get the planning underway. And the budget will be built on the basis of all these different, how much it costs to put a plan together, how much of the, so that they won't be seeking dollars from council to do that.
Okay, councillor McCarthy.
It's pretty straightforward, as someone that was involved in trimming the trees at one stage. Anyway. Yeah,
That's right.
Full disclosure.
and I know at one stage there was a request to remove 2 trees from the people from Balba, and it was endorsed by council, so all these things are set in stone.
Were you going to speak, councillor Hayden? Yes.
I was just waiting for council McCarthy to finish. Yeah, I'm happy to support that. It'll be interesting. I'd like to get some updates from them, some running progress, and I was just wondering if councillor Trembeth would, perhaps, after one of the community association meetings, give us some updates like a delegate report, and just on the progression of that. Thank you.
Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Just a couple of brief comments and questions. I see in number 1, it talks about in-kind staff support. I always have a bit of a problem with describing stuff as in-kind because it makes it sound as though it's not going to cost us anything.
It is going to cost.
But it does cost us because that staff time has to be booked down somewhere.
Yeah.
So we will have to make a decision about what money we're going to use if this is going to happen. Do we have any estimate of what it might cost if we do the various things, including the in-kind?
Through the chair, the original, the support application is for things like we have a stage and we have marquees. So
take it down there.
well, there's options and ways that we can mitigate that. But in the initial phase, it'll be my time talking to Transport New South Wales about what they need and reporting back to the group as to what that could look like. So I don't see it being a huge. There is a cost, but it's probably
several message boards and stuff like that.
We haven't gone down that path at this point in time. We don't know what it is because council hasn't endorsed it to be able to do anything. But if there is any monetary contribution that we're looking to put in, we would need to bring that back to you because you haven't endorsed, apart from consider an allocation. That's all you've done. If the allocation doesn't meet what they're asking for as a result of this, then it may change council's result.
Yeah, but I mean, my gut feel is that $5,000 may not even be enough.
Just can I just add to like moving of anything community, this stone to be acquired, that will be done by the community. There will be very little impost on council. It's already been considered because I'm very conscious that we don't have a lot of money as a council. I think you know that I'm pretty focused on that. So there are benefactors as well, and there are raffles and different things that they could use to raise money to pay for this event. It's not a all singing dancing event. It's pretty similar, probably in style to the Anzac Day, March, solemn, respectful, and not over the top. With a lot of time donated.
Look, I think it's a great idea to celebrate the event. I'm just got my doubts about the money and how much it is going to cost council, both in staff time and direct costs, such as hiring message boards and staff to set up barricades or whatever it might be, because you need people with tickets. You can't just have someone from the group go and stand there with it. So there's all those sorts of things.
I think when we get to that point, that could be costed.
Then my other question was, who are the community guardians group? Are they incorporated? Do they have insurance or insurance fallback on council?
They sit within the O'Connell Valley Community Group. It's like a little working party.
No.
So it's all insured, all covered and incorporated.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. To give Councillor Tucker some confidence or some relief, I'm willing to going back through you, Mr Mayor, to councillor Trembath, I'm willing to give a couple of days of my time if that makes councillor Tucker feel any better about the small amount of cost of this. Mate, this is our community. This is a major event. We need to support it. And if it means, and I'm happy, I'm sure there may be others here are happy to donate some time so that you're not worried about a little bit of time from our
No, I support the idea. I support spending the money. I just want to know how much it's going to be. That's all.
Well, you know,
Because the 5,000 may not be enough, but I might be
let's
totally
focus on the
wrong.
big picture of it.
All right, I'll put the motion. Oh, sorry, councillor Hayden.
Sorry,
Councillor Hayden.
just wanted to add, like, being fully supportive of this, this project. The main cost is going to be around the road closure, and that's the simple portion of the event in total, and that's it. That's all.
Councillor McCarthy.
Yeah, on the same, just with the road closure, I'm a bit concerned that we don't use a professional service, which makes our council staff aren't involved, that's all. Because you might get a bit of flack from some of the bigger operators coming through, like someone with a, anyway. But and some of these ones that we have, they actually come from Orange. Do they charge when they come from Orange, or they only charge when they're on site? I see that estimated time's only 2 hours, but if they're going to travel, are they going to put that? So that's all I'm concerned with, councillor Tuckers.
So through the chair, I think the request from the group is for us to help them prepare the traffic management plan so they can submit it.
Okay.
They've also highlighted that they're looking to get, like, if the RFS have traffic control or they have that, like, or they have to buy that in, is not something they're requesting council, I don't think, at this point in time. If they do, I'm more than happy to bring a report back if that's what it is. But at this point in time, I think it's more preparing the plan. It might be if we're meeting with Holly Davies and Alistair Lund about another thing, we might raise it in the same meeting if that gives it some impetus. But it's not to, I don't think it's to do it, but I'm happy to clarify that with the group if that's what they're after.
There's a company in Bathurst that they're engaged.
Okay,
I'll bring it back.
I'll put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We go to 13.9, which is staff structure. Recommendations, council endorses the current 3-directorate organisational structure for Oberon Council. Motion, please. Councillor McCarthy, seconded, please. Councillor Graham, thank you. Councillor McCarthy.
Been working for a long time, let's keep it going.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, it seems to be working well, so why change it?
Thank you. Any other discussion? Thank you, councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to add a number 2, if I may. I'm not proposing to change the 3 directorates, but I would like to add a part 2 to the motion. See how I go. I don't know if I'll get a seconder. Number 2 would be that further consultations, including a councillor workshop, be held in relation to the staff structure and functions, with a further redetermination if necessary.
Do you have a seconder?
Yep.
Councillor Hayden.
Bit of an each way bed, isn't it?
So
you're proposing an amendment, right? Speak to the amendment. Thank you.
So it is what I was expecting was going to happen prior to this report coming to council. I had raised this a few months ago, not so much about not agreeing with 3 directors. I think that is reasonable, but I do think council should at least be having some more in-depth discussion about the overall structure and functions, recognising that some of that is getting outside what we're directly responsible for. I'm not suggesting that it's going to change anything, but I would just like to have that opportunity for some more detailed discussion, not at a formal council meeting.
Sorry. Councillor Connor?
No.
Councillor,
Hayden, seconded.
Yeah, as soon as the motion comes up for me to read it a little bit clearer, because I can't actually see it, I'll just patiently wait for Sharon, but I support in what you're saying, the principle around that. We need to have a workshop because the general manager sets his structure. We're meant to allocate the resources for that structure. When I sit there and I went through a heap of different documents over our previous term, and is this around just setting the budget we set, or are we setting a staff budget? So it's just something we need a broader clarification, because after reading these attachments and then further reviewing other documents under the legislation, we review the budgetised structure that the staff that the general manager sets in the structure sit into. So that's how I understand it. Sorry if I'm confusing you, Mr. General Manager. That's my lingo. That's how I understand it. And I don't see anywhere where we've individually gone, oh, we're setting the budget for the general manager to be able to have the staff sitting under that. So we do need a workshop, even if it's just to clarify stuff.
Councillor Connor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm a bit confused with this as well. This is just about structure, and it's a continuation of our current structure.
So through the chair, that I'm proposing as part of under section 232 and 233 of the Act that this is the process that we're looking to do. As part of that role, council set the budget to allow me the adequate resources to do it, and then I give you the directorate's structure and the functions attached to those things. Once again, as part of our onboarding, you'll remember that I gave the directors a couple of hours each to detail the functionality and what they're looking to do. The change to the award system has meant that senior staff are no longer directors, and that's changed, and that's why I provided the additional information from the Office of Local Government about how these things should be dealt with. And council provide the general manager with the resources to be able to undertake a structure, and council and the general manager puts the structure in place.
Thanks, thank you. Through the mayor, thank you.
Further commentary? So, got the amendment? Okay, all those in favour of the amendment? Councillor Everest, Hayden, Tucker, and Lee. All those against? Gibbon, Trimbar, Connor, McCarthy, Graham. The amendment's lost, so we go back to the original motion, which is council endorses the current 3 director organisation structure of Oberon Council. Any further discussion on that? Sorry? Yes?
That council endorses the current 3 directors. Trying to word it a bit better. Can I have a point 2 so that we keep point 1 as council endorses the structure, and a point 2 that the general manager provide a report to councillors of a date and time that might be suitable for a workshop around. I'm trying to do it different. I'm trying to get.
That's the same.
Yeah, I'm trying to change it. It's not working.
All right, you go back to the original.
Yeah.
Any further discussion, right reply? If not, I think it was you, Councillor McCarthy, put up, didn't you? No, it wasn't. Councillor McCarthy, it was you.
The original.
The original, I'm giving you, do you want to write a reply?
No, thank you.
Okay, all in favour of the motion? Carried unanimously, thank you. We go to 13.10 local traffic committee time sensitive matters. Recommendation is that one, council has no objection to the proposed road closures and detours of local road from the Oberon local government area for the 6-foot track marathon 2025 being held on Sunday, the 6th of September 2025. Two, council approve the proposed speed reductions on roads by AO2 Group Proprietary Limited working on behalf of Stromlo Energy during construction of meteorological masts, subject to end speed limits being noted on the traffic guidance scheme. Your motion, please. Councillor Hayden, thank you. Councillor Tucker. Councillor Hayden.
Yeah, I'm happy to move the motion as it is, but part 2 needs to list the roads. We need to list the roads within that part 2 of the motion.
Councillor Tucker.
Are you asking about that comment?
Yeah.
I can't recall what roads are, the director.
Well, it was just
Hardstone and internal forestry roads.
So just, it could be speed reductions on Arkstone Road. Yeah, I'm happy with that change. And I'm happy to second it and appreciate the way they are worded to make it clear that the council is making their decision. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Yes, and the man, to the technical service director. Just read the Stronglow application of June. Just referring to what they said on the bottom of the page here for the Stronglow thing. So the work includes clearing, using a dozer, haulage of felled trees, excavation, well, that would approve that, and stump removal. Following these activities, Master Region will appear. So we go back to the 2025-009 development application. It states that there are part of the DA states there are no impacts on flora or fauna. And now we've got dozers, tree clearing, vegetation stumps. Is this considered a breach of the DA conditions? Which we go back onto the 13/5 June 2025 application. So we've got but going back to June, but that it's not complying with the DA. The DA says no clearing of flora or fauna. I can up with the other one. There's another one here on page 38. Flora, there will be no impact on flora and fauna of the proposed development. Then we've got in section 4.5, there'll be no impact on the surrounding environment. There's another one. We're going to fix it all up after the building. So
I know to comment, Councillor Lee, and that relates to a previous DA that was put in.
Yep.
I'm sure the director will look into that, noting those issues that you've raised, but they're actually not relevant to point 2 in this motion.
Well, I see it not correct because they're stating what they want to do. They want to clear trees using a bulldozer haulage. I know it's not to the speed thing, but they've allocated what they're going to do.
Oh, absolutely, and it goes back to the original DA, and I'll ask the director to have a look at that independently.
Thank you.
But it's not relevant to the second part of the motion, which is only talking about speed reductions now on Arkstone Road. But your point may relate very well to the original development applications for the monitor house. I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, that's stated in the June DA application.
All right.
2025-009.
Just through the chair to answer the question. The development proposed to do a number of things. As part of them putting their assessment together, they said that by doing this, we won't have any impact on fauna and flora. So council's resolved to approve that development, and there's conditions of consent aligning that to that development. But as part of this development, there was absolutely a need to remove a number of trees, as would it be when forestry clear fell their forests for thinning. The impact on flora they would have done an assessment and made a comment to say that it's not going to have an adverse impact on fauna and flora. But the development would always go to clear fell.
Well, with respect, Mr. Mayor, through the chair.
Yeah.
That's not what it says in the DA. The DA says we have no, we're not touching flora and fauna. Yeah, we're going to dig holes and all the rest of it. And, you know, but it's not complying with the DA.
All right, well, I think, as I said, councillor, I appreciate the point you're raising.
Thank you.
The director will take it on notice and have a look at it.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on that? Anyone else? Councillor Hayden, fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to, through the chair, clarify with councillor Lee so that he can have some peace of mind. The towers that will be built, there's not roadside trees that are going to be removed, they're the pine trees. So where they're placing the towers will be in the forest. So the pine trees that are going to be taken out anyway, what is spoken about here in the last paragraph is the scope of works includes clearing some pine trees, using the dozer, so they'll be hauled then, those felled trees out of the forest have to get hauled, so there'll be work taken up on the road doing that. So I think you'll find it's not an issue with native flora and fauna, it's just the forestry stuff.
Thank you. All right. I put the motion, all in favour? Carried unanimously.
No.
Against?
Sorry.
I'm against.
Okay, okay. Councillor Lee's against, thank you. Reports for information, 14.1, monthly activity report, general manager. Recommendation of the report item 14.1 is received as information. The motion, please. Councillor Hayden, seconder. Councillor McCarthy, thank you. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, thank you for the extensive report. And I know the Obchart MOU, the progression of that, and we'll be having a talk about that later in the night. The STP update, I'm hoping we can I get any update on that currently through open meeting, or should I ask that in confidential?
No, so, our project engineer spoke to DQ yesterday, and I'm waiting for a report back on that as we speak. It would seem positive from my understanding.
So that's after the conversations with the,
Yes, item. Several meetings, several discussions. Oh, I spoke to the treasurer directly and I spoke to his advisor, Jimmy. And I sent an email to the general manager, which he's replicated in his report.
so.
And we believe we can meet those timelines.
So we have to get a loan by the time frame here at kick off. We don't have to do that. Okay, then that's.
No, but we have to,
We don't have to.
get all those
things
things
in place.
we have to,
Let's go.
so all that has to be done by the 14th of November. I went back to him twice to get clarification because he didn't quite understand. So we can't complete it by 14th of November. Are you saying start, etc.? That's why I've got that in 2 iterations.
Okay, all right, okay, and thank you for that. And I'm down on to page 409 on the web, not in your book, sorry. The Recover at Work program. So is that part of the SERA program, or is this just one of the work cover extensions?
Yeah, so Recover at Work is a program that we do through our state cover provider.
Okay.
And we're trying to get people back at work.
Yeah. It's a bit like the light duty scenario, but it's just worded different. Because I was just looking it up, because wondering how that we would have conformed with the guidelines under the SERA program. So that was for a smaller business.
Yeah.
But yes, thank you. And I note that we've got here, the fourth trainee has started and technical services administration assistant to start. That's later this month, I would imagine, or have they started?
They have started.
Awesome. Welcome. Senior mechanic, so they'll be starting next month,
Yes.
and works manager. So we've got a great amount of applicants in that. I can see from there 6 reduced to 3. Okay, very good. Has there been an interest in the Vic position? Because I know that's not in the report.
I believe
There's that one and
that
then
has been filled, yes. The
Okay.
preferred applicant has been
filled.
provided.
Okay, awesome. And there's just a typo under general HR matters on the second dot point, second sentence, HR manager. Might want to put A in there because it's manager. That's all right. I don't mean.
Sometimes they need a manager.
I don't want to be picky. And also capitalise NBN in the website, social media. I think that's the 5th dot point.
Thank you.
That's about it. Thank you. And I know all the appointments, but yeah, I won't ramble on. Thank you.
McCarthy.
McCarthy, yes.
Yeah, happy with the report. Just a couple of clarifications. I understand you had a meeting with Rugby New South Wales, Rugby League New South Wales.
Yes.
They're happy with the ground and the distance.
Absolutely phenomenal.
That's good, thank you.
Words out of their mouth was the best outside Glen Willow that we can't. It's the best ground they've seen.
That's fine, and there's no trouble with the distances of the fields or anything like that. That's all up to their standard. No worries. And is there a meeting up to go through the sport complex again on Thursday, 2 o'clock?
Yeah, so I've had, as part of the expression of interest, I've had one already.
Yep.
And 3 people come along to it.
Okay.
And I have another one on this Thursday. There was 3 people booked in at this point in time, but one's pulled out, so there's another 2. But we wait until Thursday to see whether they're small.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, that's all.
Anything else? Gentlemen, I'd just like to ask you about and you may it be confidential, the Macintosh Philip and Co. Falls Hill agreements.
Through the chair, you'll probably know that on Falls Hill, there's quite a number of different telecoms and providers like police and emergencies and they all fill a number of different commercial leases that we have over that land. And through Macintosh McMillan, we're trying to simplify that process by making it very clear on the obligations of users, as well as putting some process and some conditions around what that looks like. They're helping us do that. It's been quite a significant amount of work because of all the different agreements that have been in place over time.
And with Spiro Cavalier, the Highland Pine Waste District.
Yeah, so through the chair, one of the things that council will be aware of is that the change in waste fees and charges meant that the way industry has been doing things needs to change, and the conversation was around what that should look like. And I think that industry is looking to be a partner with us in this process, but I think that industry also has to come on board with a few things that they believe that they've been doing that they'll need to change.
And is the same true of the meeting with Rural Bin Services on the Weighbridge?
Oh no, so the Rural Bin Services was a different one. Rural Bin Services were very helpful when we were looking to transition to the Weighbridge to start with. I had a meeting with them just to see, like they highlighted just a number of smaller things that they think that we could do to improve the service, and we looked at options to do that. It was simply a matter of well, it was more just hitting a plus button on the back of the system that allowed for additional things to be included in the invoicing, to be honest.
Okay.
But they've been very helpful in giving staff an idea about what not an industrial, but not a domestic, what that commercial user, and they use the facility. They're they're a common, contractor to private bin users. We use them as a bit of a sounding board, so that's what it was about.
Right, anything else? I'll put the motion, all in favour? Here we go to 14.2, monthly activity report, planning and development, August 2025. Put on 14.2 has received information as a recommendation. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Hayden, seconder. Councillor Leveris, thank you. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I'm happy to move the recommendation and thank the planning director and his team for their comprehensive report. Not a great lot in there. There was a question I had around the indoor sports and tennis centre. So, who is through the mayor, through our planning director, are we managing that now, as of now, because that was the 30th of June thing, wasn't it? So how has that been going, and is that managed through our gym?
Through the chair, our
Yes,
facilities manager.
Yes.
Through the chair, our facilities manager, through the whole facility is now managing that. And all the existing or previous permanent hires have come back on board.
Yeah.
And there's new hires as well, new schools. For example, O'Connell Public Schools come on board to use both the pool and the tennis centre, indoor sports centre in the future. So it is working well. Out of hours or weekend activities or bookings are taken out to Vic. There's been an agreement made with the Vic in that regard. So it's all in-house now.
Very good, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, I'll put the motion, all in favour? Thank you. Yeah, I passed unanimously. We go to 14.3, monthly activity report, technical services, August 2025. Recommendation is that report 14.3 has received information. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Hayden. Councillor Trembath, was that your hand up? Yeah, right, thank you. Hayden.
Yes, I'd like to thank the Technical Services Director and staff for the comprehensive report and the pictures. They're looking very good. I just want to thank the staff and everyone for the work that they have currently done during very difficult seasonal weather. On the fixing of the Mozart Road, that was getting pretty bad, and it's looking very good at the minute. The weather is impacting all our roads, but you know, there's not much we can do, but they did do a very good job smoothing that out and getting rid of the millions of the potholes that were on there. Just noting the other grading that is on, and gravel ridge sheeting. Just note with the vegetation control on Isabella and Shooters Hill Road. Is that Shooters Hill Road or Old Shooters Hill Road? But I do note they were doing a lot on the old Shooters Hill Road, so it might be the old one. Yes. Okay, and the drainage and pit cleaning that was undertaken in the industrial area, removing the built-up wood chip and bark, that I would gather is caused by one of the mills, I would imagine. Who's responsible for the costs incurred in that? I'm just wondering.
Through the chair, we done this for all maintenance programs and we paid for it.
Yeah. So we don't, Mr. Mayor, do we actually get any money back from any of these organisations? Do you know?
Not in this case, I assume.
Through the chair, I'm not aware if there's any DA requirement to say we don't need to pay contributions. I don't think that's anything like that.
I just wondered if that would have been a significant expense clearing that with the debris. So I'm just wondering if down the track, the staff might want to have the conversation with the general manager and then with that committee that involves the factories to see about how they want to contribute to that cost, because that's a significant cost to council and we have enough to pay for. So yeah, just on that. And I did have another question on the off chance, and I know it hasn't come up for a couple of months, But I did want to know how the amenity centre at the reef is going. We're getting close to October, November, when all of our fishing competitions are on again, and I'm just wondering if that's any closer to being opened through the mayor to our technical services.
So through the chair, I believe we've opened the toilets, however, we couldn't get any water to the basins just yet. Considering the hot water, it was offline due to the issues, and some components have taken damage due to frost and now need to replacement. So the systems can't run independently if the hot water system is not working, the cold water doesn't work. So that's currently creating a hiccup and requires addressing. I cannot commit to a timeline on that.
No, okay, thank you for that. I know you can't commit to a timeline. I'm just wondering if you would be able to take a note and just, because we're going to be inundated October, November with those events that are on, because there's some extra events in the region as well. So I want to make sure that they're utilised. Even through this winter, we had a substantial amount of campers down there, considering it was so cold, and a lot of people asking about the amenities, and, you know, it's no one's fault. And I just wanted to say, congratulate the staff on the maintenance and everything for when the cemeteries and crematoria came and had their visit throughout our cemeteries. It seems that things are being done a little bit better, like they were done good, but things are being a little bit more consistent. And we've got a couple of community members as well who contribute to helping pick up rubbish and dead flowers and things like that at the cemetery. So I don't want to name them at the moment, but I just want to thank them for helping out with our cemeteries, because without some of our volunteers, there'd be an extra high workload on our staff as well.
Just through the chair, on the back of that, our cemetery has recently been audited.
Mhm.
And the positive comments that come out of that audit was clear that those persons who audited it understand council's positive influence on the cemetery. That on the councils, or you can see generally when people know that we're coming, like all the grass clippings are still on and it's clear that the Oberon Cemetery isn't that, and it was commended.
Yeah, and we've got a very proud community who like going to our cemeteries. And I just wanted to say also congratulations to the staff. That plaque bed, the garden bed around Mayor Hooper's, that looks outstanding. Thank you.
Gentlemen, Councillor, can you update us on the Reef Reserve amenities? Has there been further vandalism or what's occurred?
Through the chair, as the director said, there's been some on the back of the incidents, let's call them that, the number thereof. And there's been some bad weather that's led to further issues with the infrastructure associated with the hot water. It's a constant win, that one, at this point in time, but we're trying to get on top of it, and Penelia's working, the team working hard to get that up and running, noting the comments that we are moving into that outdoor season that we're trying to make.
So as part of it's been caused by, yes, it's hot cold weather, and that's done problems with the hot water, but have we had further vandalism?
We did have, when they were shut, people tried to rip the doors off it. And all that sort of stuff, but yeah, so as the director's indicated, we now have them open for the toilet facilities. However, we're trying to just work on getting a system in place that's suitable for the money that we've allocated to that project.
I don't really have a lot to add, other than to thank your team. And just a general comment, probably to all councillors, that we've had a very, very cold winter. And I think it's our place to be sometimes the voice to make people understand that not everything can happen on our roads. There's all sorts of weather conditions that happen, potholes happen. I just think that we could be a little bit better of helping to own the conversation and put a positive note out there, because the amount of and we had a couple in here from O'Connell, and I've actually spoken with them and explained to them what's going on, but I think it's our job to support our team, that they're small and they have to do a lot of hard work in a very small window, and the weather restricts a lot of the activity that we can do in particular times of the year. So it's just things that I've noticed on social, and I don't think it's very, very nice that they're just getting slammed all the time, and no good words out there to say. No one ever remembers to write a good word there and said, oh, my road just got fixed. So I think it's just our place. Be a little bit better supporting our team out there.
I put the 14.3, I put the note, sorry, yes.
Just a query, to the director, when's the path down the common gonna be completed?
Through the chair, I believe that the new paths that we agreed on in the last working party is being kept out, I believe yesterday. I haven't actually gone past, but received an email that that's occurred. So we now seeking forward to have further testing along that path for asbestos. So we've got to get that done and still then remove the previously detected one. So that's the next steps.
It is in the status report.
Okay, and the water dispensing points, I understand the cover over on the one at Oberon's now complete, and the ones down at O'Connell and Black Springs are prepared, but we voted a whole heap of money, something like $40,000.
Yeah.
I think Councillor Everest might have been in the audience that night when but the ones that we've been supplied with by local contractor is significantly less. Where does the reserve of the money go?
The chair, go back in the reserve.
Go back in the reserve.
Yep, I think that's what council resolved to do.
Yep.
If you don't use it, it goes back in the reserve.
Any further discussion, Councillor Hayden?
Quick reply just to bring up an issue that I did send an email, but I haven't got an email back yet. And that's regarding the water or out at Black Springs.
Someone hit it.
No, someone didn't hit it. When the snow event was on, Andrew McClure said it's not working, it hasn't been working. But he also said when there was some snow and some people come, they ran over a green thing. I don't know what the green thing was, no idea. But I reported it because no one can fill up water and we're coming into summer season, so.
I think that's noted by the director. Right. No further discussion. I'll put 14.3, motion is per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. We go to 14.4, monthly activity report, corporate services. Recommendations report item 14.4 is received information of a motion. Councillor Hayden, seconder.
Don't want to jump.
Yeah, Councillor Tucker, thank you. Councillor Hayden.
Just very quickly, one question. Thank you, Corporate Services Director, a good report. Always a lot of information in there and it's great. But my concern is the DA tracker. So is that going to be a go live for October for that DA tracker?
Through the chair, it's difficult to confirm that it'll be a go live, but that is definitely the time frame we're looking to complete all these integrations and testing and everything like that. So, yeah.
Because that's been a huge conversation within the community. They want to go in and check. So thank you for that. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Nothing to add.
Councillor Tucker. Any further discussion? If not, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Go to 14.5, grants update, August 2025. The recommendation is that report item 14.5 is received information. A motion, please. Councillor Hayden. Councillor Everest, thank you. Councillor Hayden.
Yes, I'm happy to move the recommendation. It's nice to see one or two little things in there, but I'd like to see some major grants being on by us, and there's not a great deal of change, but let's hope that we can down the track get some better grants.
Councillor Everest.
Nothing.
Any other comments? All right, no further comments? Sorry, yes, Councillor Cox.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just speaking an update. as I've been away, with regard to the grant that was normally received in June in federal government.
Thanks. Yes.
When was that received?
Through the chair, we received the 50% prepayment, in this last financial year.
Sorry.
In June.
In June, so
You
yeah,
did receive,
we did receive.
No, we got
50%.
and have we received the balance?
No.
So when is that due?
Through the chair, potentially late August, September, I believe.
That's amazing.
It has an impact on your finances.
Refinancing. Federal government. All right, anything else? No, I put the motion for the recommendation on in favour. Here we go to investment reports, 14.6 recommendation, 14.6 is received as information. Thank you, councillor McCarthy. You're going to please. Thank you, councillor Lewis. Councillor McCarthy,
That's pretty straightforward with.
councillor Lewis.
Yeah.
I'll put the motion, all in favour, carried unanimously, thank you. Go to 14.7, status update, August 2025, recommendations report 14.7 is received information. Move it please, thank you councillor O'Connor, scratching your nose and putting your hand up, thank you, councillor Hayden, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No further comments. I'll keep my hands by the side.
Councillor Hayden.
No, my list of status update starts growing by the day in my email. I haven't sent it yet.
So I went through the status update, there are a lot of things updated, so I was very pleased about that. Anything else? Councillor, yes,
Just a
Alicia.
quick question. I think page 458, got to pull it up. There's comment on land swap.
Yes,
Or any-
So I can answer the question.
Yeah.
Initial stages wasn't exactly what council had initially thought would be an appropriate land swap, so we're going back to the drawing board.
That's in Devon Street, yeah.
It wasn't in Devon Street.
Yes.
Well, they came back and said a substantial amount of land in our industrial subdivision is what they would do the land swap with, and I kindly thought that wasn't a good idea.
No.
Without bringing it back to council before we got any further.
Fair enough. Yeah. Councillor Tucker.
Thank you. Just two questions. Page 444, right down near the bottom in relation to residential land, the last update from last month says staff currently investigating options to further develop or on sell given limited grant opportunities available. Just curious as whether you can enlarge it all on what other options are being investigated.
So through the chair, we're looking at whether we come back with a report to say, let us do it, or what is the best outcome. We haven't got to that point in time, but we're still pursuing whether we on-sell it with what's on top that we value added, or whether we look at other options. Sell bits and pieces of everything. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's not. A report will come back. Absolutely. I wouldn't do that without reporting back.
Yeah, but you don't know when that might happen.
I haven't, it is in the priority. It's not a high one at this point in time. We continue to talk about STPs, and we need all this stuff to be able to generate new development. Yeah, sorry.
And
I have a sheet.
And my other question is page 446, the top bit, which is the review of policy 2123. So originally that resolution was made in April of 2023. And the most recent comment says it will be in the first quarter of next financial year. So, or is that?
That is now.
That's now.
if the comment was made on 13th of August, a few days ago, and it's saying next financial year, does that mean 26, 27?
No, that may have been a little error.
So we're in
It is now. The fact that council has now endorsed their code of conduct, which will help inform these documents, we'll look to have in the first quarter of this financial year. Sorry. I may have copied and pasted the wrong thing.
Okay.
Thank you. I reply.
Yeah, just quickly on what councillor Tucker had mentioned about the land, that's our, what's his street land, the, 13 blocks. Is there any chance, if you do bring a report back, that you could actually talk to one of the, housing agencies, like Housing Australia or whoever are these agencies, because we can't get a grant or any grant funding to develop those lots apparently, unless we, for the affordable housing dual units for each block. If we could possibly get a partnership, or if Mr. Mayor could have a discussion with someone, if there is going to be a future opening where we could possibly get a large amount of grant funding, having homeless people in our community, having a substantial amount in Bathurst, and it's just going to get worse before it ever gets any better, especially with the costs. And I'm hoping that we can look toward working with one of the housing agencies and the federal government or state government to try and help develop these into dual unit land and affordable housing that we can use to incentivise and get an income through. So that was when this was very first put for the new councillors, but I'd still like to try and go down that avenue, but not do it as a current project now, but certainly get it out there and get the thought processes happening with a minister and one of the housing agencies. Thank you.
Through the chair, if those opportunities present themselves, I'll be bringing a report back.
Yeah.
Okay, I put the motion as per the recommendation. All in favour? 15, there is no urgent business. We go to 16, closed session confidential reports. In accordance with the Local Government Act 1993 and the Local Government General Regulation 2005, in the opinion of the General Manager, the following business of a kind is referred to in section 10A2 of the Act, which will be dealt with as part of the meeting closed to the media and public. 16.1, Opta MOU discussion update. 16.2, recreational fishing trust grant. 16.3, write-off request cleanup gravel spill. Can I have a councillor, second motion to put us in the confidential? Thank you, Councillor Liveris. Councillor Hayden, seconders. All in favour? Members of the public, I know you've already left the galleries. Don't have to ask that. If we, those online, please cease attendance of the meeting, and can we cease the recording, please? Okay. Council back in open session. During the confidential section, the following motions were passed. 16.1, Opta MOU discussion update. Moved by Councillor Hayden, seconded by Councillor O'Connor. The council notes the status of the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU discussions with Oberon Business and Tourism Association, Opta, as outlined in the report. Item 16.2, Recreational Fishing Trust Grant. Following motion is put by Councillor Hayden and seconded by Councillor Alevris. The council, 1, note the information provided regarding the recent grant offer and associated operational considerations. 2, note the financial and resource implications in the context of the current priorities. Passed unanimously. 16.3, write-off request, clean off of gravel spilt. The motion was put by Councillor Tucker and seconded by Councillor O'Connor as follows. The council do not write off costs associated with invoice INV 003151 and instead offer a payment plan arrangement. This was passed by council. I can note the council's Leveris, Hayden and McCarthy voted against it. Okay. The next meeting of council will be at these council chambers on the 16th of September 2025, commencing at 5:30 p.m. As I said, in these council chambers at 137 Oberon Street, Oberon. I declare this meeting closed at 10:56 p.m. Thank you, councillors. Yes.